sec. One more second. We're on.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to Westeros. Sorry, my Twitch screen's on about a 10-second delay, so I was still waiting for the stinger. How's it going, everybody? I hope that our American viewers have had a lovely Turkey Day week and kickoff of the holiday season. I hope that our foreigner colonizer viewers, I like to tease Ash about it. I hope you guys have also just had a good week and a kickoff of winter season and moving into your own holidays. I hope everybody's just had a lovely week and have been looking forward to resolving some plot points because there was just a teensy little tiny bit of a cliffhanger last episode. So let's go through and do our quick cast introductions again. Let's start with Ash, since I already mentioned him. Who are you? Who you playing? What's your character up to when things dropped off last session? And then who's going to introduce themselves next?
Right, I'm Ash. I play Adam Nymaryen. I'm going to object to you calling me a colonizer because I'm Scottish. It's those pesky...
The old colonies still count.
Adam was sat with, I believe, Knight and Lugus and Beric Dondarrion and Sir Balin Swan, ladding it up a bit when the big reveal happened. So is probably kind of stunned into silence, but the cogs are furiously at work. Well, he tries to think of what the heck do I do now?
Which is also very clear on Nathan Lucas's face. Like, the fuck is my brother and my sister doing here? Your awareness roll is high enough that you can tell he is as flummoxed and poleaxed and confused by what's going on as you are.
Really?
Or he's in on it and is a very good actor. Who knows? Because you've been having a couple drinkies. Who is up next to introduce themselves?
Luke.
Yeah, I don't know which way to point.
Hi, everybody. My name is Robert. I'm playing Lucaris, the third oldest in the group, the oldest son. Luke has been enjoying himself from the party and is now very, a little confused, a little angry, and a little stabby at the moment.
That's fair. I think angry, confused, and stabby is a solid triumvirate. If you change what type of stabby, I feel like that covers a lot of ground for a lot of characters throughout Song of Ice and Fire, honestly. Who's up next to introduce themselves, Robert?
Let's just go up the age reverse order. We'll go with Bela.
So I'm Erica, and I play Bela Nymaryen. I am the youngest of the two sisters who are twins, and I believe I was said with Maya Stone and other names are escaping my human brain right now. And
The Blackfish.
yes, thank you.
Selmy. So a couple of old war vets and a strapping young bastard lass.
Yep, and so my character's reaction right now is kind of just confusion, not sure what's going on. This is probably some scheming that's probably going to result in me having to get up off my butt and do something. So I'm kind of getting into my mental disposition to do what I do best, which is fight. So that's where I'm headed. And so finally, I will introduce you to my minutes older sister, Reyna.
I am Felicia, and I play Lady Reyna Nymaryen, the eldest of the twins, heir to House Nymaryen. And I also was hanging out with Bela and the Blackfish and that friendly table there. And we have been having quite a good evening, sort of. And we'd had a good evening in spurts.
It's been a good evening.
Yeah, in chunks, you know.
In chunks? What? Everybody was
time.
lovely
Or it's a
time.
giant wet blanket.
Well, you were interrogated. Within earshot of one of the few people Oris respects, you were grilling him on why he didn't make out with your little brother back. Like, I was very cross with Felicia after the show. I was like, just so you know, that was literally the worst time and place. Like, Oris could have been on the privy and would have been more comfortable having that conversation than sitting like down the table from Lord Commander Barristan Selmy of the Kingsguard when you're like, why didn't you make out with that boy? Like, that was just a terrible
You
time.
know, the young one.
In her defense, that's not how she worded it.
It's not. And
She meant well.
right? To be fair, I mean, my response and Raina's both were like, meh.
I think she was more concerned that like Oris and Adam were not talking.
I was more concerned about the belligerence that was rising on both sides of that relationship.
Yeah, that's because Adam was being a jealous little bitch.
So that's where I am, and then we had a big entrance of Orton Marita, unknown blonde chick from across the street at the whorehouse, and then they were joined by the Ironwoods, and then Orton says, "Rusty, that's your cue."
Orton actually hadn't said anything. The closing words were of Grandmaster Pycelle introducing young Lord Orton Lugas, the Lady Marita Lugas, and the Lady Iris Danet. A refresher, since it's been like 6 or 8 months, for viewers that are have been distracted by the grandeur and splendor and flirtation and drunkenness of the tourney. Iris Danet is the only remaining Danet. Their father, Lord Alfric Danet, had a heart attack fairly recently, and then young Lord Adam Danet was just sworn in earlier this week, and then, according to the Maester's Conclave, he was half murdered by poison, half killed in the trial by combat. That was the official and very specific answer, because the Maesters were in disagreement as to whether it was poison that killed him or just injuries, some internal injuries from falling off his horse and getting battered and stuff like that. But Adam Danet was dead, and that left the only other Danet child, who was the Lady Iris Danet, his sister, who was just a little bit younger. And she went missing. She has been missing for several months. You guys got very broad word of it because you're neighbors, but you're not exactly friendly neighbors. What with them moving away from you, becoming a banner house of House Ironwood, you guys choking off the water from their lands so that their fields can't grow, and that sort of thing. You guys aren't exactly on super friendly terms, so you probably heard, the Iris, that the Danet slut went missing, type of thing as gossip around your lands, but you certainly weren't in the loop, and it wasn't ever a clear thing of she's been kidnapped by, the Vulture and his bandits, so nobody was like asking for your help to go looking for her. Nothing like that. It was just she's missing was the only word that you got. So the fate of House Danet has kind of been up in the air all week during this feast, after Raina half murdered and half just beat to death lawfully young Adam Danet. So this was potentially the extinction of the house. This was potentially the lands reverting to House Ironwood, yada, yada, yada. But here at the 11th hour appears to be Iris Danet.
With our good friend Orton.
She certainly fits the description that you've always had of the Dannett children. Again, you lot were certainly never close. You probably saw each other once or twice a decade ago when both families were airing grievances with Prince Doran Martell or something. So like, sure, like that's a blonde girl, like that, that's a Andal-blooded Dornish person. Sure, I guess, but it's hard to say because it's been a long time, and you guys didn't recognize like your second cousin or whatever earlier this week. So poop happens when it's been a decade or more since you've seen each other. So yeah, that's where we're at. Grand Maester Pycelle has introduced those three as they walked in, and immediately the crowd erupts into murmuring, and that kind of default background noise. Yeah, hushed whispers and a dramatic intake, etc., etc. As the Ironwoods go walking up to the Lady Iris Dannett and bow politely, and the heir bows and kisses her hand, and they're just looking friendly and polite. That's Cletus Ironwood. It treats her like a lady. So what are you guys up to?
Adam is turning to Nathan and going, "What the actual fuck? Did you know about this?"
For his part, is just what? And he like shoves his tankard at you, like without looking in your direction, just like, oh, it's someone smaller than me. It must be a page or something, right? Just kind of distractedly, like shoves his drink towards you, and then like walks away towards his brother, like without just he's got like what's going on, like why and you can hear him. He's a fairly loud fella, but he's like, Marita, what are you doing? You said you were staying in the rooms and resting, and Orton, why did you bring a whore here? And Orton turns and kind of hisses something at his brother, and then Nathan visibly stiffens and bows to her like a lady, and gets hushed growling instead of Nathan Lugas volume growling and demanding to know what's going on and stuff like that.
Luke's going to lean into the table he's at. I'm sorry, go ahead, Ash. I can wait a moment.
Yeah, like I was just going to basically like ask to roll empathy to like try and discern if he's actually surprised by this or not.
Sure, give me a roll. Robert, describe what you're doing while Ash is rolling.
Yeah, Luke kind of leans in the table he's at and kind of starts piecing things together, or trying to. And goes, the trophies. The Lugases keep trophies. That's the shield they found.
16.
Orton set us up.
16 on your empathy roll. Give me 1 second.
This whole thing's been a plot by him.
Yeah, seems sincere in his confusion.
Okay, thanks.
I'm gonna lean into Reyna and say, isn't that the girl from the whorehouse across from where we're staying?
Yes. Yes, it is.
That is. I don't understand what. Do you know what's going on?
I have absolutely zero idea. I expect it'll become more clear as Orton continues whatever it is he's doing.
His plot against us.
So, everybody had their chance for some quick kind of reactions, and then eventually the scandal ripple like makes its way across the pond of the Queen's ballroom, and gets through the drunken haze of Robert Baratheon, who was turned to the side talking to John Aaron about preparing, revealing the prizes and all that, and then he goes, from up there at the table, you hear, as Robert's like, What you mean, the done it girl? Thought she was missing. 7 hells. Come on up here then, you lot. Fucking Dornish. And he just flops down in his chair. Like he was all excited, getting ready to show off his wealth. And now it's some fucking Dornish scheme. Some missing girl is back and all that. And he kind of waves whoever is interested up towards the royal table at the head of the feast.
Wish you have a present, sir.
Yeah, I'm like Adam is like standing up and like hustling into this fray.
If nothing else, we should give our words for the safe rescue. I'm gonna go up there. You guys don't want to.
So you are certainly all able to kind of hustle in that direction. You're not the only ones doing so. It's a juicy, weird gossip thing, and people in the Red Keep live for that shit. So, a crowd is now drifting in that direction.
I will drift. I will not hustle.
Adam is scuttling like pretty fast.
I'm picturing Adam on like all fours, like a spider,
Not like that.
going up the wall to get past the crowd. Just scuttling, certainly.
I am going to make sure I'm up there in front, but I'm not going to shove anyone out of the way or anything. I don't want to.
Sure.
I'm trying to play down my extreme interest in what the fuck's going on while being involved, which is it's a balancing act.
Oris, for his part, is staying seated. Lord Commander Barristan Selmy is like, things are happening, I should be there, it's my job. So he knifes through the crowd with authority. Oris is just kind of sitting where he is and like snaking an arm across the table to grab some leftover food from somebody else's plate. Because he's like, somebody will tell me if it's important. And in the meantime, I'm just going to get, an extra dessert pie thing. So he is content to hold down the fort, looks like. As you make your way towards the front and everybody silences as the girl starts to talk. My lords and ladies, pray forgive my interruption, but honors and prizes cannot be awarded a night like this when a grave injustice remains unaddressed. I believe that our good King Robert holds justice for his people a greater concern than honors and trophies. I am Iris Dannett. My brother was Adam Dannett, Lord of our lands, and he now travels home to lie forever besides our father and our father's father. My brother was struck down, entering his prime, before his life had truly begun, by duplicity and deception, not fair and honest combat, good sirs and my grace, but by murder. Murmurs ripple through the room.
Your Grace, I must respectfully address the slander.
She's named no accuser yet. Let the girl talk.
I put a hand on Adam's shoulder. Give a nod.
She gives you a look out of like a side eye look, that is as scared as it is angry. She seems to be afraid of you lot, more than like furious. It's not the look a grieving Reyna or Bela would give someone. It's the look of somebody that's afraid of murderers more than like angry at them. But she takes a deep breath. And you notice...
I like to kind of visibly relax my posture as I pick up on this. Okay. I want to be as non-threatening as possible, as opposed to like a large man getting in her face.
So she takes a steadying breath, and you notice Orton Lucas's hand lightly on her shoulder, as she kind of takes that deep breath. And My brother leveled certain charges against House Nymaryen of Wyvern's Rest of attacking our lands and slaughtering our people. He sought to prove the truth with his own body, and fearing the truth of what he had to say, those perpetrators poisoned him, bringing about his defeat on the jousting field and eventually his death. I understand that the trial by combat is over, but I say that trial was soured. More to the point, however, Your Grace, I say now that my brother was murdered by House Nymaryen, and I have come here tonight to beg for and demand justice for him.
No, now I really must protest.
Everybody, again, waves of murmurs, shocked gasps, as though like people couldn't all tell what she was building towards. A few footsteps as people that weren't interested prior are like, "Ooh, sounds juicy," and like now the whole feast has made its way up towards the front. You see Marcella pointedly ignoring it all and playing with her new little was it a horse or a pony? I guess as like a toy, it kind of looks the same. But the little doll that you gave her, wasn't it a horse? But
Adam, didn't you?
No,
Yeah.
she already had a horse. Like I gave her
right, what was the one you gave?
antler barrettes.
Right, the little
Which
barrettes.
her mother took off her.
Yes. But yeah, you see her with her little toy horse. She's just kind of ignoring all this, like, adults are yelling, maybe it's not my special night, whatever. Joffrey is kind of licking his lips and like leaning forward on his chair, like maybe someone's about to die. Cersei is looking languid and relaxed and taking a drink of wine. Robert Baratheon is getting red in the face. And he goes, fine, Nymaryens. And he turns his little bit bleary gaze towards the lot of you, but mostly at Reyna, the heir. Answer, briefly.
We did no such thing. Your Grace. We stand accused and innocent.
House Dannett's own maester confirmed that Adam Dannett was showing signs of illness long before he actually accused us of anything. If anyone was poisoning him, it was not us. How could we have preempted such a thing? Also, furthermore, this woman has been seen working in the Green Tree and the Jade Spring, leaving with Lord Orton Lugas himself. She is, and it's awfully convenient that she should miraculously show up days after her brother dies. Clearly, whoever wants to absorb House Dannett's lands, side-eye glance at House Ironwood, is placing her here because she is the backup plan. This poor girl has been co-opted by disingenuous people for their own nefarious ends, and I must protest and invoke, if you will, Your Grace, the ancient right of
Shut up there! He cuts you off before any invoking, because he's trying to stay in charge. I heard what you said. He didn't, because he's louder than me. There were giggles and titters throughout the crowd when you mentioned that she was working somewhere, and specifically the places that you mentioned. And that actually gets a glare from Robert, that wave of childishness at the responses to where you said she was working. Grand Maester Pycelle slowly makes his way up through the crowd in his doddering fashion, but you see Maester Ferris of House Dannet with him, and the young Maester's apprentice, Alaras, that you have seen, are kind of traveling in his wake. These two much younger Maesters look like they probably did the heavy work of getting through the crowd for him. And Robert says, fucking fine, Maesters! How'd the boy die? And then it's Grand Maester Pycelle as the ranking Maester in King's Landing. Your Grace, I must apologize. I have left my texts in my chambers, but as was explained to the Lady Reyna Nymaryen, who showed, if I may, Your Grace, a most curious interest in the matter,
Of course I do.
she half killed the young Lord Adam in honorable combat, and someone of unknown origin and uh, motive killed the other half of the young Lord Danet through the inappropriate allocation of exotic substances that caused a most grievous imbalance of the humors, leaving him exposed to the Lady Reyna's violence on the field of honor and exacerbating the injuries that he received therein. And then he like slumps again, like because that was a lot of air for him. So yeah, so that's Grandmaster Pycel's official answer. And Robert seems to kind of absorb it. So what are you trying to do here? Are you just going to try and talk?
No, I'm not trying to talk. I just realised that I accidentally said Ironwood instead of Lucas when I was talking about Adam giving side eye to someone, and I just wanted to correct it.
I was assuming you were side-eyeing all of them, so it worked out. Fine. So the boy died by poison as well as steel. There's no way to prove who did that just by asking him. What about the wench then? This girl. Speak up, lass. Is it true you've been working at those places? And she tries to kind of muster up her dignity. He goes, "Come on, lass, talk. We know you've been missing. Where you
I'd
been?"
like to interject something before she begins.
Okay, this is interrupting somebody answering a question leveled by King Robert.
Yeah, I know. I'm just gonna kind of nod to her and say, "My sweet lady, you have nothing to fear here in front of all these knights. No one here is out to do you harm." Just kind of acknowledging her fright, and then I'm gonna nod and kind of take a step back away from her.
She ignores that. She starts answering when you're a few words in. She is not going to be calmed and soothed by you right now instead of answering the king. Because, yes, your grace, I have been missing for some time. My father, in an attempt to secure funds for our family, who suffer without the irrigation once provided in your name by House Nymaryen, he required of me a betrothal to the merchant, Reuben Piper. The name doesn't ring any particular bells. It's a merchant. It's not really your thing if they don't sell your wine or whatever. But nobody in the crowd seems shocked or outraged at that name. It just seems like an unremarkable merchant name. To my shame and regret, your grace, I lacked my brother Adam's courage, where he defended the honor and the small folk of our house with his blood and bone. I did not. When father announced my betrothal, I fled. With the help of one of Mr. Piper's caravan guards, I made my way through the mountains, and I tried to simply leave. I trusted in a fool of a hedge knight instead of my father and my house, and I paid for it with my body, for which I will not be slurred. I was kidnapped in the Red Mountains and sold here in King's Landing. Eventually, Lyle Brewer freed me from and she shudders visibly, the place in which I worked. And since then, I have served Lyle Brewer at both the Green Tree and as a servant girl at the Jade Spring. And you actually see Robert glaring balefully around the room, like daring anybody to like snicker or whatever. And it's an old school Robert Baratheon glare.
Yeah,
But
Luke has a very similar
there's
look on his face.
a few whispers and a few chuckles and all that, but Robert's angry glance is good at that. But then she goes, however, with Mr. Ferris here, I'm sure that my identity can be confirmed. She blushes very prettily. She goes, I have a birthmark that should be in the records of my birth. And Maester Ferris produces the kind of house history. You can see the Danet like sigil on the cover of the book. It's not unusual for maesters to keep that on their persons at all times. It's kind of like your social security card thing. But he offers it to Grand Maester Pycelle. And Grand Maester Pycelle, I just love talking as Grand Maester Pycelle more than Mr. Ferris. Sorry, y'all. It's a rank thing. But he's also just a hoot.
Everyone settle down for a nice little doze.
But Grand Maester Pycelle listens and nods as Maester Ferris whispers in his ear. He goes, the Maester serving House Danet saw fit to bring with him the collected genealogy and abbreviated history of their house, as he required the Maester's conclave to update it after the unfortunate passing of the late Lord Alfric Danet. Fortuitously, the same book that is used to mark the deaths of the highborn of House Danet is joyously used to mark the births and name days of the very same. As is the case with the royal family, wherein I was honored to be the hand that formerly penned in the birth of the Princess Marcella on this very date, those years hence. This most joyous duty of a maester is evermore a sacred trust, as the purity of the bloodlines of the noble houses of the Seven Kingdoms are ours.
I'm getting more XP at this rate.
Right?
And this is him talking himself up. He's lifting his chin a little as he talks about how important maesters are. And he's like puffing himself up. Maester Ferris looks like he's about to grab the fucking book and just like open it. And even behind him, young Maester's apprentice Alaras is like hesitantly reaching in front of Grand Maester Pycelle, like let me just get the fucking bookmark, old man. Like, god damn it, we bookmarked this in Firefox for you. Just click here, right? So like even the other maesters are like, God, this guy. But he does open the book, and he almost drops it as it opens. Young Maester's apprentice Alaras has to like help him hold it up because they didn't bring a stand. So Alaras like rushes in front of him, and and he's holding it up. And then Grandmaster Pycelle says, I'm not going to make up a date. Their calendar's a little bit fuzzy in various Song of Ice and Fire lore, but on this day, and then it's about 18 years ago, it's 18 years, give a few months, he goes, born into the house of Danet, recorded by Maester Ferris's predecessor. Some of you may have noticed his youthfulness. He says it like it's Ferris's fault that he's young, like it's a failure on his part. But recorded by Maester Ferris's predecessor, it's the birth of one daughter to House Danet, named Iris, attended later with a wine-colored mark low on her left calf. Perhaps a privacy screen so that the lady might show the birthmark to His Majesty or the assembled maesters. And he looks around like somebody should just like bring up a screen. The lady Iris for herself just sighs and
Sir,
shakes her head, and she just lifts her dress.
Confirm this. We don't question it.
She just kind of turns half away from Robert, so that she can kind of turn her leg and show him the back of her leg, and she just lifts up the bottom edge of her dress, which again, Robert's not even looking at her leg for a moment because he's glaring at the crowd like nobody make a fucking joke. Pointedly not glaring at Cersei. Cersei is pointedly looking away and having a long drink. Joffrey's licking his lips.
Creepy kid.
What
Ankle.
a little creep.
That's where you hamstring them, mother. You know, like he's just, like, oh, having fun.
Oh,
He just doesn't actually say it, but he's thinking it.
he's like Buster Bluth was a serial killer.
But sure enough, there is a clear birthmark there on that leg. Grand Maester Pycelle almost falls over backwards at the scandal of King Robert seeing a woman exposed below the knee.
He's never done that before.
Right.
But he goes, Your Grace, the shape is said to faintly resemble. It's quite irregular. The arbor, the ancestral home of House Redwine.
I gotta see
and
this better.
The lady, which remember, it's just kind of a weird fucking island blotch, right? And you guys hear a clack of a stick on stone as the lady Olenna Yoda's her way through the crowd, and she goes,
Look at her!
fine. And she just goes, fine then. Come on, girl, show me your leg. Let's see what you've got. Don't be shy. I've seen them before.
Here's something I will not interrupt.
Yeah. Let's
and
talk
she-
about this. You can maybe fix this.
And
There's
she
a
goes,
lot on Luke's mind. You guys can just tell from his face, but he is holding back because this is a night.
and she goes clacking her way on her cane up close, without being like invited to like the royal table or whatever. She just goes like right up there, and she actually almost shoulders aside Barristan Selmy, who's just like posted himself close to the king because anybody's approaching the king, like when Iris stepped up. But she just like walks up, like Barristan steps back. The first thing you guys saw him do this week was stare down Joffrey atop a warhorse and make it stop. And he like steps out of the way of the lady Olenna Tyrell.
He knows what's up, man. He knows
Right,
what's
yes.
up.
He's like, I can't do it. She's got a cane, and she just stomps her way right up there, but she doesn't stop like polite looking distance away. And she leans down real close, and then she does the smudge. Remember at Thanksgiving when you're a kid and you get some cranberry sauce on your cheek, and Grandma does that? She does that here in the Queen's Ballroom at the closing feast of a grand tourney, to some stranger, she just walks up and, just, "Meh," and licks her thumb and reaches down and
She's the realm's
smudges
grandma.
at the back of this girl's leg. And she goes, "Oh, take it easy, girl. It's like it's the worst thing you've ever had there." And just rubs it while holding herself up with her cane. And then she makes a big show of being kind of rickety again as she straightens up. And she goes, "Well, it's not the worst likeness I've ever seen of my ancestral home. And it's also not just painted on or the like. I suppose that's the girl." And for just an instant, as she's like slowly turning to like make her way back to the crowd, she gives Raina an almost apologetic look. Like I tried. It didn't run, like, what do you want? Like that's what it was, but she gives you a very quick look of just, I don't know. Like it looks
It is
legit.
what it is,
You know.
right?
Maester Ferris.
Young Maester Ferris, who again he's the younger side of 30, and looks absolutely hale and hearty and comparatively hunky, next to Grandmaster Pycelle. That's pretty easy though.
Comparatively.
Was Adam Dad under your care when he entered into the duel earlier this week?
I'm sorry, was Adam what?
Was Adam Dannett under your care? Basically, was he here when he entered into the duel earlier this week?
He was. There are other maesters more learned in dealing with combat injuries, so I was certainly not the only one seeing to my young lord. But yes,
before
I
the
was.
Duel. From what I hear,
yes.
the
I
young master
dread-
had no business being on the field that day, but you let him fight.
It is not a maester's place to command his lord. We advise. I suggested
well.
to young Lord Adam that a champion might be better suited to take the field, but he felt proud that his first duty as Lord would be to personally answer this attack on the Dannett small folk. Yes.
He was very brave. Was his father under your care when he died, or was that the previous maester? Died relatively young, did he not?
his
In
father-
40s, 50s?
Actually, his father was pretty old. Adam was a kind of
was he?
surprise baby. He was kind of he probably should have been Adam's grandpa, right? Like he and your grandpa were peers, so he was
he was
early
up there.
60s, which is pretty up there. But yeah, we could just say
without the young comment, Luke will still mention
Right.
the was he under your care?
Yes, he was. Lord Alfric died in his sleep, but the stresses of age were exacerbated by concern over his daughter going missing. Such issues are known, and he gestures towards Grandmaster Pycelle.
Yes.
Such stressors are known to provoke and worsen imbalances in the humors brought about naturally by the progression of age.
Stress comes
Yeah,
from heart.
yes, of course.
Yes, basically, it was a heart attack that made it. But
one more question.
Okay, one more, and then we're going to Ash.
As a maester in the Enclave, what exotic drugs do you have access to?
At the Maester's Conclave, we have access to every medicinal that is known to the schooling of Old Town, but no single maester has unfettered access to them. He says it very coldly, and seems to be legitimately offended by that sort of implication that you might be steering towards.
Yeah, Luke gives him a polite nod and then kind of looks up at the girl. She probably turns away, but looks at the girl and goes, "I'm very sorry about your brother. There has been an injustice done here."
She pointedly rolls her eyes away from you and is not paying attention. Ash.
Yeah, I just had the out of character question that is it usual for birth and death records to have to be like verified by like a Maester's conclave? Because surely that, like, to do that for every noble house in the realm would be basically at best a massive faff.
They have frozen up for me.
Yeah, I didn't hear you at all there.
All right,
No,
I
they
think
are.
we're back. I got is it usual, and then everybody froze up on my end, and
Okay,
also
okay.
Felicia in the other room. So I think
Okay.
our connection hiccuped there. But yeah, you
Right.
or is it usual?
Right.
And then you drop.
I'll start again.
Sorry about this.
Yeah, I'll start again then. Right. Is it usual for birth and death records of a noble house to need to be brought to King's Landing to be verified by, like, a Maester's conclave? Because that seems like it would be a huge faff to do that for every noble house in the realm.
This was their first opportunity to. They were partially here to update just royal records with the the official death date of Lord Alfric, etc., etc. But remember, part of why the Danets were here was for young Lord Danet to bend the knee and get sworn in as the Lord with Robert. So because there was like big events this year, it's not unusual to bring that sort of record. You guys just had the ward in your house getting knighted. Like, there were no births, no deaths, whatever. But this was the death of a member of the family and the swearing in of the new lord.
Right.
So it wouldn't be uncommon to want additional maesters to kind of, stamp that sort of thing and compare notes and yada, yada, yada. Especially because House Ironwood and their banner houses are kind of on the outs from their liege lords, House Nymaryen Martell. So they may have just not wanted to travel to Prince Doran's court to do that sort of thing. So yeah,
Okay.
Doesn't strike you as uncommon as the bookish one, no.
All right. Yeah, another. The matter was settled in the trial by combat, which was determined to be fair.
I lost.
That we're still being accused of a thing we've proved ourselves innocent of.
She lifts her chin a bit. Fine, if the matter of the small folk has been settled, then instead I level a formal accusation of murder against House Nymaryen. And here, Marita Lugas steps forward and in a booming Lugas voice goes, "And I do the same. In the murder of my betrothed Langley Woods, who the maesters tell me," and she kind of gestures angrily and dismissively in I asked for your manager and I got them type of gesture towards the maester. She goes, "Who the maesters tell me died also by poison." And
Oh, what arrant nonsense! The master of the list told me personally that it was just an injury in the melee that could happen to anyone. And I certainly don't think someone with 2 dead husbands should be like looking to other people to accuse.
Aaron, Florent, where are you hiding? And sure enough, as King Robert summons him, you can see Sir Aaron Florent is kind of trying to Homer Simpson into the crowd a little bit.
Sorry, just kind of wish I and House Florent dislikes House Nymaryen, so he has no reason to they hate us. They have no reason to.
Are you
not
like
accuse us to not blame us if they think
Ash,
so?
Are you saying that?
Yeah, I was. It was kind of part of what I was already saying before.
Okay. Well, they certainly hate you more now, because while questioning their honor in front of literally everyone, you were also like,
king,
they hate us, and they'll probably get.
No,
I'm just saying,
hang on,
like, that's
hang on. No, I think I've been misinterpreted because I'm not like trying to question their honor. I'm saying that like they would have no reason to lie about us.
right, but you're also just supplied them with a reason to lie about this because you just were like, ask him, and he hates us anyway, right? Like it's in Westerosi culture, that's a pretty shitty way to
I think it was going the other
call
way
attention
around.
to someone.
I think it's going the other way
That's
around.
fine.
Feel free to ask our enemies; they'll tell you the truth, and they're not going to do us any favors.
Okay. I misinterpreted. Then there are literally too many voices going on right now. I retract that statement.
It's
Then
okay. Yeah, I'm just saying, like adding the part of
I'm still saying that like Aaron Florent told me himself that it was
right,
like
and that part,
yeah.
King Robert was he was responding to that part. It's just I would nix the ongoing part of, and they hate us anyway, yada yada yada.
I misinterpreted.
I think what Ash meant was along the lines of, but they're no allies of ours, so
yeah. What I was trying to say is like they're not allies who will like they're not going to just say what we want, but that's clearly not going to come across the way I mean it. So
because in knightly culture, it basically is implying that otherwise they would lie to their king,
right?
Type of thing, So, everybody knows who the Florents like and don't like, but calling attention to it makes it.
As Ash tries to get to that, just kind of really where he's going. Adam tries to get to that. I will put an arm on his shoulder and just kind of like nod to him.
Well, or Adam knows not to keep going. It's fine. So, King Robert yells, "Aaron, Florent, where are you hiding?" And again, sure enough, Aaron Florent was trying to kind of Homer Simpson back into the crowd because he doesn't want any part of all this bullshit. He's like, "Listen, I just wanted the honor of running a stuff, So he kind of hesitantly steps forward and goes, "Yes, Your Grace. It's true that the boy asked me about it, and I never thought to follow up with the maesters. The lists for the melee were, of course, full of bold and dangerous warriors, as Your Grace can personally attest." And he's bowed like twice during all this, just sucking up. He goes, it did not strike me as unusual in the slightest that someone would die by daring to test their steel against the finest in the realm. I did not think to ask the maesters. There's no room for such things in the lists that I was master of. And then Grand Maester Pycelle speaks up and pulls up a small letter, and he goes, "This is a second copy of the notice that I delivered to the grieving Lady Marita Lucas. It is the decision of the Maester's Conclave that young Langley Woods of House Woods in the north was the victim of perfidy and imbalanced humors brought about by the inappropriate application of exotic so on and so forth. Your Grace, young Langley was perhaps not as hearty as Your Grace, but who is? But the boy should not have died from only his injuries. Yes, quite right. Ugly affair. King Robert is glowering, like just getting redder and redder in the face through all of this. So fine. Everyone's saying Nymaryen poisoned half the fucking city. Who's got proof? Cersei Lannister lifts her wine glass and she goes, "Every woman in the kingdom has been accused of poison. Doesn't everyone say that poison is a woman's weapon, as courtesy is a woman's armor?" And then Grandmaster Pycelle trips all over himself to agree with the queen. None would dare speak of you so, your grace, but poison is known to be a woman's weapon, documented for centuries in Westerosi lore. The Dornish and women have been known to settle their affairs in such an unbecoming way. Go ahead, Ash.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. Yeah, I was just gonna bring up that Marita made a big show of being seen in her mourning clothes before Langley Wood's death was even announced, and there was a whole inn full of people who saw that.
Before you bring that up, because you already dropped a huge.
No, I'm not saying I'm like that. I'm speaking out of character here.
Right, and I just want to keep you before you bring that up. Yeah. She was wearing black all week. Remember, she's been in grieving black all week, and it would really not be uncommon, for her to have stayed in her chambers while her betrothed was in the maester's tent doing poorly, which remember was why she wasn't taking part in the party at a time. Yeah. So yeah, that one is a.
That doesn't help then. Oh well.
My lords and ladies, I will speak up for the first time. I would posit that if anyone had seen us in the melee, they would realize that myself and my sister have no need of poison to be used as a weapon. We have enemies, we face them.
That was Robert Baratheon's appreciative chuckle. So your defense on an accusation of murder is that you would just kill someone instead. The ball's on you, girls. So fine. Accusations of murder and poison. Who's got proof? And Iris Dannett lifts a hand and gestures through the crowd to Mr. Ferris, who waves. And through the door of the Queen's ballroom, you see a not like childlike small, but you see a figure approaching, makes his way through the crowd.
Oh no, we lost Rusty again.
Yeah. They must have some internet problems.
But did we all freeze up again?
Yeah, you did.
All right, how far did you guys get?
Someone was coming forward with something.
It was... I heard who it is. You said it was a smaller figure, but it wasn't a child.
Yeah, it's a lean, wiry figure, not dressed in noble finery, etc., etc. And you recognize the compact but muscular form of Tobo Mott, the master smith.
And here comes the dagger.
And Maester Ferris speaks up and he says, in my own time this week, as the members of House Dannett were all thought to be dead, I sought to track down knowledge of associate poisons and how they might be applied by speaking with the Maester's Conclave. I was informed that, of course, there are certain types of poisoned weapons that can be used to apply such materials under the cover of combat. I went to the Street of Steel and asked around to see who might know who could make such a thing or what such weapons could look like. And I received most troubling information yesterday. Please, sir. And Tobo Mott speaks up. He says, Your Grace, assembled lords and ladies, and he gives kind of a growling side eye at the Red Priest that he is known to hate for wasting swords, but he doesn't speak up at Thoros of Mir's expense, but he gives him some clear side eye, and he just says, it was brought to my attention earlier this week that the young members of House Nymaryen here, who are from an old and proud house that's gotten work from my smith for years now, had a dagger in their possession. The dagger is the sort that could deliver these types of poisons. Yes, but the dagger was clean and dry when I inspected it. There was certainly no poison in it, and they didn't buy it from me or from anyone else on the Street of Steel. I don't think they bought it at all. And he kind of gives you a look, Bela, as he kind of gesturing to you as he finishes, trying to. He's clearly not lying for you. He's not going to deny that he saw the knife or whatever, but you can tell he's kind of trying to give you an opening.
Yeah.
So he gestures to Bela, like take over, kiddo. Yeah.
Yeah, so I speak up then. I say, indeed, Your Grace. After my early success in the joust, a package was left waiting for me at the Green Tree Inn. The proprietor of the inn had it waiting for me and handed it to me. It came with a note that said, to the effect, congratulations on the success so far in the tournament, and it was signed the ladies of King's Landing, yes. And inside was contained this ornate knife with a secret chamber for some sort of substance, liquid. Intention, of course, being that someone would use it to stab and deliver a poison.
You see... Sorry, go ahead.
And I then took it to Tobomot to learn more about the dagger. And outside of that, it has remained in my room this entire time.
I was there when this happened, and I will swear upon the 7 that it did as said.
While you were talking, you see Orton kind of whispering in Iris's ear, and she opens her mouth to speak and then stops. She stays quiet. And King Robert just kind of slaps his hand down on the table. So fine, you admit you've got a knife that you can fill with poison, but you're claiming you didn't use it, and you're claiming you didn't get it till after Adam Dannett's death. Did you have the thing with you in the melee when this Woods boy died?
No, Your Grace. The melee would not be an appropriate time to use a dagger. I much prefer my trusty spear that's been in our family for generations. It's Valyrian steel and is a much better weapon for such an occasion.
And its poison chamber is so much bigger.
He lets out an exasperated sigh because he's not getting the definitive answer that he wants, because King Robert likes definitive answers. So instead, he just raises his voice. Oi, you lot! Who else bashed on Langley Woods? Come on! There's no one else been accused of murder.
Can I roll like memory to try and remember other people who hit him? Because I was watching the whole time.
It was a little too much of a fight for you to...
You're frozen up again.
We lost Rusty.
This is just adding to the suspense.
It really is. Like this and Meister Pycelle. Dragging it all out. Oof. My heart's
Well,
like...
I didn't
Watch all of...
Oh, almost?
So how about them giants?
They don't exist. They went extinct a long time ago.
Oh dear.
Well, I will take it as GM and we made such a good point. We can go home.
Yeah.
So Plan C, which is run back to Dorn, is looking pretty good about now.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, you know, just like
Yeah.
say the words when you want me to, like, hustle to the Maester's Tower and send a fucking
I'm
raven.
literally about to ask Rusty if Uncle Monfort is here.
Well, I think he is.
Worst case, we
He
go
he
trial
wasn't
by
tonight.
combat, right? And
Apparently, that's not fucking good enough anymore.
I'll put down someone to save our
This-
family.
I think the biggest plot hole in their accusation is, so the plan was,
Oh, hold on.
we had this long, intricate plan to poison and end the Danet boy so we can take his land, and then just, wait, oh, fuck it, we got extra poison, kill Woods, too. He's the real challenge in the melee.
Oh, shoot. Okay.
Maybe they restarted their computers or something.
Possibly.
Maybe. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So sorry everyone for these technical difficulties. We'll get it sorted out. Hopefully, a simple
So-
restart from Rusty and
Your head's in one square,
Yeah,
your
I
body's
know.
in another.
It'd be too much work to try to rearrange things for the moment, and
Well,
then I'd be right back.
I just want to point out how funny it is.
Oh. Yeah, like my head's really small, but then like there's my torso below it. It's a really
Yeah, I always feel
interesting
that way.
effect.
I've literally just seen it now.
I'm just gonna turn off some of these cams because I don't know if we can do a booby stream.
I was going to say, yeah, we didn't know you had a boob cam.
So I'm gonna.
Oh dear.
This is going to make a particularly interesting podcast episode.
Yeah, when we get round to it.
Yeah, you can probably just
Let's
cut
start
out these
adding-
parts. There we go.
I'm going to start adding in just audio that makes the podcast seem crazier, so they'll come in a
Let's see.
uh,
I have a message
Oh.
from Rusty. Their
Okay.
router has gone down and they're restarting it right now.
Okay.
So just give us a
Yeah,
few
but
more
my head
minutes.
always looks small
Tell you
compared to
what.
my torso.
So what we're
My
gonna do-
torso's too big.
I'm gonna put us onto a break screen for 10 minutes,
okay.
and we'll be right back to more exciting figuring out what the hell is going on.
Us getting accused of 900 things.
Okay. Let's see. Where's the break screen?
right.
All right, everybody. We are going to try and get back to our Westerosi courtroom drama here. Something's going on with Felicia and I's internet connection. I wonder if maybe some of our neighbors bought some new goodies and are overtaxing our local internet service provider or something. Felicia's going to try and keep an eye out for official outages. In the meantime, we're just going to keep turning our router off and turning it back on if that helps. But I apologize for this. Our impeccably awful timing for connection issues. So we are going to try and jump right back in it. What was the last thing that everybody got clearly on your end?
So the King Robert was asking if anyone else had struck Langley during the melee.
Okay,
yeah,
so you guys...
And then
Yeah,
no one had a
you were-
chance to respond yet.
Lash was asking if you remembered anything, and you froze up on. There was a lot of stuff going on, and then that was kind of it.
All right. And I saw Ash was asking for a memory test. Don't worry about it. You guys are about to get an honest answer. You don't need to worry about confirming it. We're just going to keep moving. So two other knights do step forward. Neither of them is the sheepishly stepping forward type, or the butt kicky type, or butt kissy type that you've seen with Grandmaster Pycelle and with Aaron Florent. It is Sir Balin Swan of the Stormlands, who's our kind of our young lantern-jawed Aaron Eckhart type, and the bastard Walder Frey, who had initially, or the bastard Walder Rivers, excuse me, who had initially clashed with him. The two of them kind of step up together, and Sir Balin gives a bit of a bow and a nod to Sir Walder Rivers, who is the bastard son of Walder Frey. And Sir Walder Rivers says, I didn't lay a hand on the boy. I cut his shield almost in half. He hid behind it the whole time. And then I went looking for a better target because that damn she-bear came growling my way. And to which you hear a little from Alison Mormont, who's too short to be seen, but she's somewhere in the crowd. And then Balin Swan gives a bit of a wry little smile and goes, shortly thereafter, the damnable she-bear, young Langley and I all saw the Nymaryen standing together. He and I exchanged a few blows, and then we saw the assembled team of the Maiden and thought it best to set aside our differences and fight them together, however temporarily. You may recall, Your Grace, I am not exactly known for my knife work either, and I don't believe a morning star is the elegant and subtle weapon of an assassin. Sir Balin is renowned for his bludgeonry. You remember he actually lost to Robar Royce in the first round, but hurt Robar so bad in the process that Robar left the joust. So he is definitely he's a morning star dude. The bastard Walder kind of glowers around at everybody a little, and Grandmaster Pycelle says, Dornish women and bastards, but most queer circumstances. We've got some of each. Quite a riddle, Your Grace. Quite a riddle. Which is not the answer Robert Baratheon wants, again, because he's just like, God damn it, somebody tell me what to do. So what you get from Robert Baratheon is the bang of a gavel as he slaps his palm on the table, and just everyone jumps and straightens up. He goes, fine. If you're involved in this 7 damned clusterfuck of accusations, counter-accusations, missing girls, fighting girls, poisoned boys, and whatever the fuck else rears its damned head on this, my daughter's name day, then you come with me. And if you're not involved in this disastrous goddamned orgy of whatever the fuck it is, you stay here and you help my little girl have a good name day. He's like almost having a heart attack right there. Just like he is so fed up. And then he lunges to his feet and just strides off through the crowd. And people are like getting out of the way, because if not, he's going to go over them. The King's Guard kind of rushed to keep up. Grand Maester Pycelle is like, oh dear, and is like trying to keep up.
I'll follow.
The Lady Iris Dannett, Orton Lugas, Marita Lugas, Nathan Lugas, the Ironwoods, and presumably the lot of you
I want to make
travel in their wake.
Sounds like he is. So,
and most of the rest of the feast gets left behind. We're going to narrow down the field here. Slipping into the crowd with you, however, is your cousin, the Will of Will, who looks absolutely chipper. He looks cheerful. He's whistling a jaunty tune and has a bit of spring in his step as he kind of materializes behind you all.
You seem awfully happy about this.
Just pleased to have a chance to help my family.
I see.
So, not to worry, we'll put this dagger business to rest. You guys follow in Robert Baratheon's stomping wake into the throne room, where Robert Baratheon throws himself onto the Iron Throne.
That takes effort.
Right?
Joffrey is with him. Joffrey would rather come listen to talk of murder and poison and stuff than hang out at his little sister's name day party.
And of course, none of us tell him that he's not involved, so fuck off. But
see, Robert actually glares at him as he shows up, and he goes, "Fine, these sorts of messes will be yours someday, boy. Best to learn how to deal with them."
Oh God,
like-
I'm so glad we have Robert.
And Joffrey's like,
yeah, Robert's great compared to Joffrey.
he'd just be like, "Poison each other now for me. Let me watch. One of you will survive the poison." He'd just be cackling it up.
I bet he puts like venomous creatures in a jar together and just like watches to see which one comes out alive.
See which one's the best. Yeah, sure, normal stuff. So Joffrey takes up a position, trying to lounge like the Kingslayer, right? Like he's trying to do the cool guy lean, but like there's nothing to lean on but the Iron Throne. So he's like, "Yeah, I'll cut myself." So he just kind of stands there. Some Kingsguard take up places at the doors. Some Kingsguard flank, the stairs leading up to the Iron Throne. We're going to say, in the abstract, there are a handful of other Westerosi folk here, other members of the small council, like John Aaron, who has been thoughtful and paying attention during all this, is here. A stony-faced Stannis Baratheon is here. Grand Maester Pycelle makes his way in, and then huffs off the assistance of the young Maester's apprentice, Alaraz, who is assisting him down the hallway with greater haste, etc., etc. So you're not exactly alone here, but the crowd has thinned quite a bit. Did anybody wave for Oris to come with you?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
If anybody did, he comes. So, okay.
Yes, because I don't want him left abandoned back here by himself with all these vultures, aka noble people.
That's a good thought. Hey, we're noble people.
That's right.
Yeah,
Mind you,
but
So-
as soon as we leave the room, he becomes fair game.
I'm gonna give a polite bow to the king.
So Robert gestures away the bows and the greetings. He says, I'm doggedly tired of you lot. From the first, you've bettered this fucking tourney. You won great prizes. You shamed the fucking King's Guard. I mean, you Blunt and Trant, you fucks. You won the archery contest. One of you lot outrode the rest. Yeah. But all this mess, it's a fucking mess. Trying to have a name day feast for my only daughter. And all fucking this. I am beset on all sides by women and Dornishmen. And he looks just disgusted with everybody. Like, it's not just the Nymaryans. It's like everybody that's here, he is like, fuck. Like, he's just Baratheon flustered. So he says, so, I want to get to the bottom of this. People are dead. You say it was poison. We say it's combat. Someone else died. We say it's the melee. You lot say it's poison. I don't fucking care. I just want you lot to shut up about it. And so we need some kind of decision. This fucking knife. You say you didn't get it until after the tourney started. A reward from every teat in King's Landing over your success in the first day of the tournament. And he glares at Bela.
Indeed, Your Grace.
Fine. That was after the Dannit boy died. You lot, and he gestures airily towards all your accusers. Do you think she had herself publicly delivered an assassin's weapon a day after a member of her family assassinated someone? Huh? Just to make sure every cunt at the Green Tree saw that they had it? Is that what you're saying? Iris just looks a little flustered and looks away. And she says, I don't know the details, Your Grace. I only know that they got it early in the tournament. I was across the street when it was delivered. And then your cousin Will raises a hand, just gestures airily, and he goes, I'm afraid my little jape has gone awry, Your Grace. Please, allow me to put this entire dagger measure to rest. You may recall that the Lady Baina's success in the first day of the tourney was against Sir Gennady Shaneen. And here his hand like rests on the hilt of Scorpion, his family Valyrian stewblade. The dagger was actually a gift from me, Your Grace. I titled it From the Ladies of the City, but it was my own gesture towards my good cousin, thanking her for being my second in a duel that I fought with Sir Gennady that very day, in order to restore my family honor and recover my ancestral blade. And he turns and gives Bela a look.
Yeah, I will acknowledge and I will nod to him.
That is, of course, not what happened. So, Bela, we're going to need a deception roll from you. The difficulty is going to be fairly low because you're basically just trying to make an assist roll after the Will did the lying. You're just trying to go, right? Like you're trying not to flub it that bad. Correct him.
So,
assuming that you're going along with the story. So,
yes.
If someone wants to beat the... Sorry. Go ahead.
I have a bonus dice in bluff. May I use that in this case?
Yeah,
yes.
Okay.
that fits the situation.
Oh, shit.
Oh no!
If someone wants to beat the stream boss right now and give Bela some help, that would be great.
What are the options I can use a destiny point for here? Other than keeping one extra?
Yeah, you can use a destiny point to roll an extra bonus die. So, like, if all your dice are 1s and 2s, you get to roll a new die and, like, hope for 5 or 6. So there's that, or keeping an extra die that you rolled.
Well,
it was a bonus die.
all right. So right now I have a 3-2-2-1, and my dropped die is a 1.
Okay.
So I would like to roll an extra bonus die in this case.
That's probably not a bad idea.
It didn't help.
Oh no.
All right, well, that's life. So I have a
5,
I have an
6.
8.
Wait.
Hey!
Okay.
That
Hi,
actually
can
might do it.
can I right? I might be wrong about the system. Can up to 2 people assist?
We're just this one is just gonna be Kennedy Shanine
Okay.
asking Bela to confirm. It's a very specific thing, and it would probably feel a little stilted and awkward if anybody else dogpiled on. Like, yes, of course, I remember it well. He was wearing this outfit exactly, Your Grace. Yeah, like we'll just leave it at those two for the moment. But that is enough. You were looking for like a 5.
Okay.
It was so the good news was, but yeah, like that was still a very unlucky roll. So no extra successes, no bonuses there, but it's enough to not just completely go nah. But also you made the choice to lie about having fought in a duel and being his second and stuff. So it's an important character growth moment for Bela.
Yeah, growth.
So
Yeah, sure.
so
Roped into the black cells.
So Robert goes, some fucking Dornish business about a sword. Yeah. So you gave her an assassin's weapon? Another rude attempt at a joke, Your Grace. You may have heard that House Will has a bit of a reputation, particularly among the Stormlords, for certainty that our northern neighbors occasionally consider mishonorable. I thought it would be a tongue-in-cheek way to congratulate her on her victory in the first duel, or in the first joust, excuse me, that was just a humble jest. And he gives, Robert gives kind of a squinty, suspicious look, like he's half believing it, but you guys get the feeling like he wants to believe things so that this can all fuck off and he can go back to drinking and stuff, right? Like he's looking for an answer in all this. He is exasperated and confused by too many options. So he's just like, that sounds good. And he turns and gives a look towards your accusers. He goes, fine, half you lot are fucking Dornishmen. Kennedy Shanine, who the fuck was he? And he's glaring at the pair from House Ironwood, and they go, some hedge knight. I suppose it's not impossible, Your Grace, that he was serving as a caravan guard. Reuben Piper was traveling north past our keep and towards House Danet lands. We recall that, but we're not in the business of paying attention to every sellsword and caravan guard that travels with every merchant. What we've heard of the man was unremarkable. I suppose such a duel could have taken place. And your cousin, the Will of Will, smugly crosses his arms and leans against one of the stone pillars there in the throne room, just like, well, there, that's settled, is the look on his face.
Out of her expression, like Piper, that's supposedly the guy that sold Iris Danet.
Piper is the merchant that kind of bought Iris Danet.
Yeah,
Like he was offering a remarkably generous dowry type of thing to help out with Danet funds. And when she was betrothed to him, she ran off. That's the tale that has been told. And then what she said was Kennedy Shanine guided her through the Red Mountains north, and then later they were accosted by bandits, brigands, whatever, and she was taken to slave. Everybody good on the recap? Out of characterly. Like, I know it's stuff. So all right, we're just trying to keep it on the same page here. So Robert says, fine then, just fuck this knife. But that still leaves the matter of other poison. Gods know it's stuff a man can eat or drink. It's not just something gets stabbed into him, but and you are Dornish and you are women, but fucking still, no proof either way. Maesters say they were poisoned. The accusation stands. Do you have some sort of proof that you didn't? Whatever the fuck that would look like.
Your Grace, may I say something?
Is it answering my fucking question?
I don't know how I could prove a negative, but I can question the accusation. I suspect you'd want to hear it.
Fine.
I'm going to look to our accusers. I'm going to look to Orton.
Orton, just real quick before you start talking, Orton throughout all of this has been like an emotional support Lucas, just hanging out right behind Iris, occasionally whispering and reassuring her, that sort of thing. He has not, you may have noticed, he has not spoken up throughout all of this.
Oh, I noticed.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me just recap a few things here. The accusation is that we plotted against the House Nymaryen with an elaborate scheme to both poison and fight Adam to death. And then we killed Langley Woods because we feared him in the melee? Is that the accusation? Am I correct?
Orton looks a little exasperated and impatient at the follow-up part with Langley Woods in particular. It's like, but Marita answers for him. She like shoulder checks him away. She's bigger than him. So she like elbows in front of him and goes, I don't know why you murdered him, but you murdered him. Or are you going to accuse Rivers or accuse Sir Balin Swan? You're the one that put him on the ground and left him bleeding. You're the one that left him there to die. And she's glaring and pointing at Bela straight out of Angry Lady at a Cat.
It is not my position to say who defeated him in the melee. My accusation is more about who poisoned him. It's been levied at my house. There's a lot of things levied at my house, actually. Beginning with this murdering of small folks. Remind me again, I'm going to look at our accusers. Why did you believe our house was responsible?
For fuck's sake! That matter's already been settled. You're already innocent. We're already dealing with 2 accusations. I'll not bring up a third. We already settled this week.
I agree, your Grace. However, I believe the evidence as to why they blamed us is important in this matter.
The Lady Iris, I don't know. I wasn't here. I was still working at the Green Tree, and I didn't hear that my brother was in town until I heard word of his death. So I wasn't here when he accused you. I don't know what was said. I heard it all secondhand.
Luke nods and goes, he was presented with old Nymaryen equipment that was supposedly found during the raid. That's why he believed we were responsible to such a degree he was willing to risk his life bravely to defend his small folk. I'm going to stop. I'm going to turn on my heel and look at Nathan. Nathan, you are far alongside us in the melee. You did quite well for yourself, did you not?
I did.
I couldn't help but notice when you defeat somebody in the melee or the joust, you take a trophy. Fair enough. Is that the case?
Everyone here knows I keep shields, boy. Get to it.
Yes. Did your father do the same?
My father and my father's father, yes.
And if I do not recall, it was a Nymaryen shield found that was the evidence that put him to us, was it not?
Nathan gives a shrug.
Did your house have Nymaryen trophies? Would you recall that? You probably had many, I'm sure, but many trophies.
The walls of our hall are lined with the shields of those we've defeated. Sorry, I was trying to decide between beaten and defeated, and it just came out sideways.
And on the Trident that day, the day our Grace won his throne, our families were on opposite sides, were they not?
We fought for the rightful king and overthrowing the tyrant. You
Fair enough. I'm
didn't.
not here to defend the Mad King by any means. My point is
Robert
simply
raises his
that-
voice. Why not? You're bringing up other shite for more than a week ago.
That is fair, Your Grace. I bring up the fact that the Lucases had access to old Nymaryen equipment, and that is the only evidence they had to explain who attacked these small folk. It is also curious that it is the Lugas at the arm of the missing Danet girl who shows up to accuse us of this. It is also the Lucases who had access to Langley Woods, who mysteriously died, who I can see no advantage to our family killing by any means, for any reason.
I think you
I'm
had something else.
saying, I believe we've been accused by Orton as part of a plot he has. Even as he drank with us and befriended us, I believe this was a plot. At every moment we were here, while we were here only to show ourselves and honorably show our colors and compete in this tourney, we were part of his little plot. To what? Grab Danet lands, and you to marry the lady Danet? Is that what's happening, Orton?
Orton's eyes go kind of cold and half-lidded, and he stiffens up at this accusation. I have no such designs, sir. I have been nothing but a friend to you this week, and another friend that I made this week is the Lady Iris, who
That's
found
convenient.
herself having heard that her brother was in King's Landing, only to hear about his death. She was understandably distraught and upset, and she sought a comfortable ear to speak with. You speak of evidence, sir. What evidence have you got that I am part of some vast conspiracy to steal Dornish lands that don't even grow green, when I've done nothing more than offer support to a girl that has been through more than you have, sir?
Indeed, she has. She's been through quite a lot. And I have a strong feeling you're responsible for some of it.
You
All I
speak
can do
well
is
of
bring the fact that the facts do not match what happened. There's no reason for us to kill Woods. How many of Marita's other husbands have died mysteriously? Sir Orton.
At this, Nathan bristles and steps protectively in front of his sister. If you've got something to say about my sister, boy, say it plain so we can settle it clear. You're not a cripple like your little brother.
No, Nathan, and I don't mean
Fuck
to
you.
accuse her.
Oh. How dare you?
I accuse your younger brother instead for scheming. I suspect he wants to make himself a lord, and this is part of his plot. I can see no other reason he's involved in every aspect of this apparently wild plot of ours to kill an ancient rival and then a random boy in a melee. I've said my piece. Nathan, I mean you no disrespect. I don't believe you have done anything dishonorable here, but I believe your brother has.
You know, might I add, actually, bringing up this knife to accuse us, he has no reason to even know that that existed. He was never shown that knife. How did he know it existed to bring it up to try and use it against us?
Well, give it to us.
What he
Like-
are you referring to?
Right, I'm saying, like, well, right. Yeah, like, after like, let me, like, work through this, like, I'm, like, speaking out of character here, like, he, like...
Which-
what?
Which he? Who are you talking about
Right,
first?
like, saying, like, I think it was Iris that, like, brought up this, like, the knife
Right.
in the first place, making the accusations about it, right?
Iris,
So that
who
puts
worked
the blame
well
on her, not
to
Orton.
keep you from having to go all the way back through it. Iris, who works at the Green Tree, heard that a knife was delivered at the Green Tree. You guys opened it at the Green Tree. it's not impossible for that conversation to have been overheard, and for the women at the green tree to take note of a knife having been delivered to a woman warrior on behalf of women, yada yada yada.
But like, didn't you just like describe it in way more like detail than?
She didn't describe it in a ton of detail. She
They
mentioned
somehow
that she-
knew Mott, Double Mott had been involved in it in some way.
Fuck this.
So to go back,
It does, like, it's not adding up. I don't understand what's going on. No, just ignore me, because like I'm just confused. I'm just gonna go along with it.
I think they actually froze up.
Yeah, they froze up.
all right, right. I said,
Oh, here we are. Here we are.
we're back. Okay.
Almost.
All right. So the knife was delivered to the green tree.
No,
It's
no,
perfect. I want to remind you of who said what about the knife, because I don't want you to be confused and flustered. It's just it didn't come from Iris saying they got this exact knife. It can do this. It's perfectly reasonable for somebody that works at the green tree to have heard about the knife. And then the follow-up was that Maester Ferris was following up on methods of poison and what might have happened to Adam Dannett. And in investigating on the Street of Steel, he heard about the knife, and they knew that the knife was the one that was shown to Tobo Mott. So that was why it sounded like they had all this shit together. It's because they did, they had some extra players that did a little bit of research. But it wasn't Iris saying, I know she got this knife. I know what this knife looks like. I know what the knife does. It was
right.
something that was pieced together through multiple NPCs.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm fine with characters feeling flustered and confused and irritated. I don't want players to be not having fun. So when there's questions like that are coming, I just want to make sure everyone's clear, because it's plots and conspiracies and confusing shit that we've been working on in real life for like 6 months on and off. Right? So I'm just trying to keep it all straight for everybody.
Yeah.
You get to the end game and you're, you again?
Yeah, and I will admit, I did open the gift at the table in the middle of the inn, and I did figure out the secret chamber while sitting there as well.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it is,
In future, we don't do stuff in public, and we don't say anything to anyone ever.
Ever.
And the knife was also a celebratory thing, because like you whipped a dude when they were like, we shouldn't let women in this. So like, there were rounds of drinks and all kinds of stuff. So it was,
well, and we didn't know it was a poison dagger until that moment. I figured it out while we were in the middle of everyone, right? Like if it had just been a regular dagger, it wouldn't have played into this whatsoever.
Right. So yeah, it's not like you guys were being sloppy or whatever. You got a neat knife. Accusations, counter-accusations. Now we've got a counter-accusation, where it sounds like you are accusing Orton Lucas of multiple things. And finally, that's all enough. Robert Baratheon punches himself up and out of the Iron Throne. Like he slaps his hands on the armrests and heaves himself up in one angry, lurching motion. And then he just says, 7 take the lot of you. I'm tired of this. You're accusing him. He's accusing you. You're accusing them. Women, Dornishmen, murderers, poisons. Fuck all of it. What was that fucking thing you talked?
Oh no.
Fucking, what's the fucking thing you said? And Pycelle looks like he almost dies from just the weight of Robert Baratheon in this zone. He goes, I must ask His Grace for specificity. I, at times, say a great deal of things. which gets a bit of a giggle from like fucking everybody. It's like, no shit. And he goes, the fucking trial. There we have it. Fuck this whole lot. Trial of 7. You're accused of murder. You're accused.
No. No.
A bad day to have connection
of
issues.
murder.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hmm. Okay. Hopefully they come back soon. Sounds like we're gonna get into a big trial of some sort. I don't know what it would be though.
I mean,
I'm gonna talk.
we can make it super simple and just do a trial by combat and just fucking kill someone.
Yeah. Okay, so you're back now. I can see you fine, but we lost
Like
everything.
I could hear everything you guys were saying. So like our connection was clearly kind of here. Anyways, Robert Baratheon, growing increasingly
Baratheon.
impatient, and he says, "Fine, fuck it, trial by 7.
Oh shit.
What is that?
You're accused of murder. You're accused of murder. You're accusing him back of murder. 7 on 7. Sort it yourself and get the fuck out of my throne room. Lancel, bring me wine." And he heaves himself back into the throne, gesturing the lot of you outside. A
Yeah,
trial of 7 is an ancient Andal affair. The last of them was quite some time ago. 209 AC. So we're talking, almost 100 years ago. A trial of 7.
Duncan the Tall.
What's that?
Was that the fight Duncan the Tall was in?
Yes. A trial by 7 is a trial by combat with 2 teams of 7 knights. It's an honorable Andal thing. If 1-on-1 combat has the gaze of the 7, 7-on-7 combat is extra super holy. And the 7 are that much more likely to see justice done. In this case, it's because Robert Baratheon is flustered by accusations and counter-accusations from like 4 different houses, 5 if you count Langley Woods' house in absentia, etc., etc., etc. So he's just saying, fuck it, trial by 7. These are 7-on-7 knights. You start mounted and with lances, and it goes.
And it goes
It goes away.
goes until one side is dead, like DED dead, or
No, like, well, you agree whether it's like,
To the
well, it's
death.
usually to yield.
yield.
Yeah, not to death.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay. Well, we
right.
can do that.
Yeah,
Fine.
I'm right now like writing a list of who like we can
shit.
make up the 7 with.
Well, then
because
there's
it-
the 4 of us, and
Well, I'm not going to be in it.
okay. Well, I meant from the melee. The what's his name? Big.
Lord Will.
Well, yes, cousin Will and our squire.
Orton.
Squires can't do it. They need to be knights.
Well, I'm not
So
a knight.
that's no. So this. But like I think if you're like
A part.
I think they need to be nobles. But like if Orton, if Oris is not like technically eligible,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to we can try and get someone to knight him.
Yeah.
And
Well-
yeah,
Heck, Robert could do that any time.
Robert can do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I could, but he didn't fuck my brother, so.
It's okay. I'll just like wait till I'm 16 and
Yeah.
try again.
Why'd you just say it that way? That just makes it sound so much worse.
Oh
No, I know it's not cool. Well, like what kind of like there's like it would be a hard sell, but like if you didn't want to do it, we could see if Sir Barristan would do it, because he's seen that, like, or has conducted himself in
He won the Squires tournament.
exactly.
I thought you were saying to have Selby fight our team. I was going to say what the fuck, but yeah.
No.
Knight.
No, I was proposing like Adam making like a case to Sir Barristan to knight Oris, or someone else could do it if they wanted, I guess.
Yeah.
Right,
Well, who else is gonna? How would we convince anyone else to join?
I
the
reckon
team? 'Cause we don't have.
If we could recruit Barris and Selby.
I was gonna say we could, like, I reckon we could recruit Beric Dondarrion and Orthoris.
I mean, you gotta be pretty close to do a trial of 7-7. They're all honorable knights, but they have no reason to take our side over the other side.
I mean, apart from, like, I've made quite good pals with Beric Dondarrion now, so.
What about the Blackfish? Do you think
All right.
the Blackfish?
Fucking hell, yes, great idea.
All right. Are we back? Like, can you go?
I can see you. You just froze on my screen. I do not see Felicia yet, and you're still frozen on my screen.
Because like I could hear you guys talking, but now it's telling me I'm not connected on Twitch.
Oh well, I can see you and you're moving. So
All right.
You're right.
And Felicia's trying to get back on.
we're
It's
all
just
good.
Okay,
We're all
it's
we
just
see-
sporadically up and down. So where we're at is trying to describe a trial by 7 out of character. It's 7 knights against 7 knights. Combat to death or surrender or incapacitation. You keep going until the accusers on both sides have lost or have recanted their accusations. More trial of 7s have death than even normal trials by combat. The historical trials by 7, one of them very famously had 1 survivor out of the 14 knights. They are big deals. But with the honor of multiple houses at stake, this seems like one way to do it. So, the position that you all are in, and where I picture the remainder of this episode, and potentially even next episode going, is finding yourself 7 knights. To and including deciding if Bela and Reyna are going to personally take part or not. It would be considered cowardly for Luke not to, because he is a man and a knight by the rest of Westerosi standards. But Bela and Reyna could potentially bow out and send in champions if they wanted, or Bela or Reyna. You know, it doesn't have to be both of you. You might need to argue with somebody if you try to present Bela and Reyna as holy knights under the sun of the 7.
Yeah.
But Reyna already kind of did that earlier this week, so there's some precedent. But trials by 7 are super extra ninja mega holy. So there might need to be some convincing there, but it could also certainly be a prompt to pull
made a
Bela
list.
or Reyna out. So 7 knights, you got to get them together. And just so you guys know, this is one time that I am going to be picking up table scraps. I'm not going to assemble my team of 7 till you guys are done. So you guys aren't going to know who's on the other team. You can make some guesses. You know Nathan Lucas is going to be there, for instance. But I'm going to build their team of 7 after you guys have built your team of 7. So it's not going to be a, they bring in the mountain that rides. But of NPCs that you guys know are in King's Landing this week, et cetera, for the most part, they're going to have their pick of the litter. So what I'm picturing is you guys huddle for a little bit in character, figure out who you want to go after, and then we're going to be doing some role-playing scenes and potentially some quick intrigues, because some people you're going to have to talk into it. Most knights are going to want in on this, because I don't want you guys to have to skate uphill. Trial by 7s are super rare. they get you in the history books, right? And there hasn't been one for like 91 years. So most people that you approach are going to want to be in the trial. Some of them were going to want to be on your side more than the other, or vice versa. But that's what we're looking at. We are looking at a planning and recruitment stage. You can go talk to King Robert again. The doors to the throne room are open, so if people need to approach him with a question or query, he and Grandmaster Pycelle and Lord Commander Barristan Selmy, as an expert on all things knightly, those three are like there, so you guys can approach them with any questions you've got or that sort of thing. But that's kind of the phase that I'm picturing us in this stage of the game. It's turned into like brainstorming fetch quest, build a roster type of deal. And in the background, the other side is doing the same, but you're not going to know who they've got until you see who they've got. Does that sound good?
Yes.
Yeah.
All righty. Take it away, Nymaryens, and let's see what you're...
We will retreat to a corner or a semi-private area that's similar to the one that the other side is using.
Right. It is the red, it's the keep in King's Landing. It is built for private and semi-private conversations between some people milling around in the hallways, some people in the feast hall. You can go find and talk to just about whoever.
All right.
So just say who you want to talk to,
You
and
got-
you will be able to go to them, okay?
You got a question in chat, Rusty?
Yeah,
I also
I
have
was
to
gonna
real quick
ask-
when we get a moment.
I had a couple points of order. The one in chat was one of my questions. Does it have to be a full
Yep.
night?
They have to be knighted. They can be knighted like day up. In the most famous trial of 7 in recent memory, which was the trial in the Hedge Knight spin-off series, which is dope as fuck. There was someone that was knighted that very morning. There are 2 branches of House Fossaway, because a Fossaway squire was disgusted at his knight and cousin switching sides, and he was like, "Somebody knight me, I got your back." And like that's why there's a green apple and a red apple branch. So
Right.
they have to be knighted, and it has to be somebody that can be knighted. So you can't just like go
Yeah.
get a fucking giant from north of the wall or a woolly mammoth or a dragon, right? Like it's got to be a person who can be knighted.
Okay, so like on our way to our corner, like Adam's gonna be like kind of like tugging on Luke's elbow.
I
Like-
see you, Erica. We'll go back to you in a second.
Okay.
Oh shit! Sorry, Eric. I didn't realize you had a question.
Yeah, it was a point of order question still. What time frame are we looking at this? Like, are we setting this up right now so we have a very short window of time, or do we have like a full day to get this done?
We declared the trial would take place at high sun tomorrow.
Okay.
So you guys have tonight to build a team, and then kind of cinematic getting people ready tomorrow.
Okay.
And remember, also just for roleplay purposes, these are potentially fights to the death. So it's going to be a little bit different set of jitters than leading towards the melee at high sun tomorrow, right? So you've got to like get people have to get ready, yada, yada, yada. So yeah, you have tonight with everybody that's here at the feast to get a team together.
As we break before we separate, I'm going to take a few steps towards Nathan and extend a hand and just say, "Good luck."
He gives you a long and not terribly unfriendly look, but does not shake hands. Like he pauses for a second and then just sighs and shakes his
Yeah.
head and walks past.
Luke has a very similar look, kind of a sadness to it as he puts his hand back and goes to the group.
Ash.
And like as he is walking away, and there, like the Lugas contingent is about to kind of get to a corner-ish, you go, "You fucking weasels," and just like he's muttering under his breath, as he's walking away. It might be about you guys. It might be about his siblings. It might be about just fucking King's Landing as a whole, courtiers and perfumed men and all this stuff. Like he is not in a good mood.
Luke has a very similar kind of expression as he walks into the group, very much like, I'm gonna have to kill him, but I don't want to.
What were your points now, Ash?
Well, Adam was like going to try and like hold Luke back a couple of steps to like ask him something. If
I'll stop it as he does so, and
look, you need tonight, Oris. If you don't, you need to find someone who will, because he's unstoppable.
He's strong.
We will be we will be hobbling our own team if you don't knight him.
But to knight him just to help myself?
Oh, you think he hasn't demonstrated the ability so far?
It's not that. No, it's.
Do you think he's not honorable?
I don't know. I don't think he's unhonorable.
I think there's.
I'm
like,
having.
I can think of very
Please.
few people who are more honorable than him. And I say that as someone who is still quite angry with him at the moment. This isn't about any of that. And more so, it's the thing that he wants most in the world.
Yeah. What would it be if I just handed him that to save my own skin?
I mean,
There's
you're
an
capable.
there's an offness to that.
It's not just.
I'm sorry, brother. Please continue.
I mean, it's not to save yourself. It's not like you're incapable of looking after yourself. It's just we will be weaker without him.
I do want him on our team. I will say that. On the other hand, he's a boy that we're dragging into our own politics, and
Well,
I'm going to think on this.
how about you offer it to him and see what he says then?
Okay.
If he says no, then let it be that then. But I really think this is important.
Okay. I'll talk to him.
All right. I do have other suggestions for our team if yourself and the others are willing to hear them.
Of course.
Kind of with a sigh, kind of Luke looks up, and as he kind of goes through his various options and thoughts, I'm just gonna wait for 1 second. I'll be right.
All right, so we're losing Robert for a bit. Who else wants to take point?
Yeah, so I was just going to basically we would join the group now.
Yeah, I just figure you two are kind of lingering on your way to the group,
Okay.
that sort of thing. Is
So, to be clear, it is us, it is Will, and it is Oris. Is that our team of people that are talking right now in our huddle?
Yeah, Oris is just kind of following in your wake. He's not really talking. Will is also not really talking. He's just kind of there.
But he's in our huddle.
He can be if you want them there.
I want them there.
Yeah.
Okay. Well then, retreat to our place.
Sure.
All right. So, trial of 7. Have to be a knight. I, as the heir, I think can fit through a loophole for that. Since
I think
the house
both
is-
of you can make cases. You have both engaged in combat with knights this week and conducted yourselves appropriately. So I think you could probably make the case if both of you wanted to do it. Though, given that this has the potential to be deadly, I would just say better make sure that you know you're going to come back out of it.
Also, Seven Hell's going to let you compete, Raina. You're not in this contest.
I
In
am.
the air, we have to keep you safe.
I am an accused murderer.
I think
So-
Raina has
And I have the right, beneath the eyes of the gods, to defend myself and my house.
You have the right, but you shouldn't.
Yeah, it frightens me to risk losing any of you, but I respect your right to defend yourselves.
All right, so let's talk about Bela. What do you want to do?
Is there a question? Do you know me, sister?
I know the answer.
Of course. It's just a matter of finding the right administrator to convince to let me fight. That's the only battle that will be challenging for me.
All right,
Right. Well,
you have a list. Is that correct, Adam? Already?
well, you know me. I'm always thinking about things.
Let's hear it.
Well, obviously, Cousin Will.
He gives you a
makes sense.
sardonic but gracious bow. I would be honored to profane Andal tradition with my steel.
That's the spirit.
I love him.
I had also thought we could ask Sir Brendan.
Tully.
Yes. We're on good terms with him. He is a man of honor. I can't think of there are a few that I would rather have by your sides. Also, we're on good terms with Lord Dondarrion. We could ask him, or certainly also Sir Balin Swan, who also strikes me as an honourable man and a fine knight. Lady Alisande Mormont was my other thought to ask,
She's not knighted,
but neither are you.
but I'm the accused and the heir to the house accused.
But
She's
Bela,
Cornish.
but Bela isn't.
I'm
So-
accused
She was
of
accused.
Langley Woods dying in the mail.
My point is there is precedent for a woman of a noble house to take part. It's a matter of convincing someone. I'm merely suggesting her as an option if Sir Brendan, Sir Balin, and Lord Berwick all say no, for example. I do have another thought, but it's very much a last ditch if we're really desperate thought, so I'm going to keep that one in reserve.
Okay. How
I would
about
rather have him on our side than theirs, so go ahead and suggest him.
And we might go to people who are not necessarily our friends, but who are at least very good at fighting.
Go ahead.
Well, we're not on terribly good terms with, for example, Bronze Yon, but
We are.
well, no, I mean, I think we managed to smooth things over a little bit, but things are a little tense. I don't really want, that's not the point.
Bronze Yon is
I got given a destiny point. It's never happened before. Thank you.
wanted.
Well, I thought I'd given you destiny points in the melee.
Never happened by a viewer.
Oh, okay, that's completely fair enough. That's completely fair enough.
Yeah.
Bronze Yon is injured and is not able to take the field, much less in.
Oh, of course I
the
forgot.
same with
something-
Sir Garland? But how
And the
about
same
the
as Sir Garland.
Blackfish?
I think we should make Sir Brendan Tully a priority to ask.
As just a quick GM aside, because you're talking about combat prowess versus virtue in the eyes of the seven, Brendan the Blackfish Tully is much more a virtue in the eyes of the seven than a renowned personal combatant. Like his personal fighting days are reputed to largely be behind him, but he is still a knight of renown in the Vale, with that title and the martial responsibility that comes with it. So it's not to say like he's bad or anything like that. I'm just saying he is much, much more the gods and honor and chivalry are with us. Like if there's a gradient of like honorable versus martial, he is more on the honorable side. Not saying he's a bad fighter. I'm just,
Yeah, I'm like Adam is not suggesting we only pick good fighters because that's not the point. I was just going to ask a quick out of character question. Is there precedent for Kingsguard being in teams, or do they have to stay
There
out?
are. In fact, the last trial by 7, one team was 3 Kingsguard and 3 Targaryens.
Right. Where they
and it was a
invite
big-
where they put on where they invited to the team by someone who wasn't the king.
They were there because the Targaryens were the ones leveling the accusation. So they were accompanying their Targaryens into battle. The king wasn't there. It was princes and stuff.
Right.
So there's precedent both ways. Robert has not said either way just yet.
Okay, that's fine. So, right. Okay, I'll go. That's fine. Right. So, the other thing to consider is that His Grace has not said that we can't invite any of the Kingsguard. Sir Barristan is potentially on the table.
I would dive embarrassed by Sir Barristan sell me to aid us in a trial by combat.
No, we need to know whether they're going to be involved or not. We should have. I was too in shock to even ask in the throne.
I'm just saying because we don't. I'm just saying we should consider every possibility until it is closed.
Yes, Rusty. You said
Yes,
that the
ma'am.
king was available for questions.
Right. Lord Commander Barristan Selmy, Joffrey Baratheon, the Prince of Westeros, King Robert Baratheon, and Grand Maester Pycelle are still kind of hanging. Oh, yeah, and I just forgot. Lancel Lannister, there we go. And Lancel, who is pouring the king wine by the gulp. They're still hanging out in the throne room, like within eyesight. They left the throne room doors open, flanked by Kingsguard. But yes, you guys can go talk to that kind of panel of NPCs to get rules clarifications.
I will find out. We need to know the answer to this immediatamente. So I will go there.
All right, making your way up to the throne. It looks like Robert was lecturing Joffrey about something that Joffrey wasn't paying appropriate attention to, and they just all glance up at your approach. The eldest dragon fucker. What do you want, girl?
I curtsy. Your Grace, since this trial by 7 is so rare and has not happened in anyone's lifetimes who is still alive, even your Maester Pycelle, are you wishing to allow any of the Kingsguard to participate?
Ha! No. Oh, you lot and your Dornish tricks. You've already shamed the White Cloak enough this week. Beaten, trant, and blunt. You think I haven't heard the fucking song?
I curtsy
No.
again. And I'm
I reckon he knows all.
want
I reckon he
those
knows all the
Kingsguard.
words.
And he just goes, no fucking Kingsguard. No members of my household. Aaron Santagar's not getting mixed up in your lot either.
Yeah, okay.
Knight of the Red Keep, staying out of it.
Well, that fucks up the rest.
Right?
Of, almost all
well,
my
that
rest.
is a shame, Your Grace.
And you hear, he goes, "Did you hear that, Kingslayer? No history books for you, you fucking cunt."
I feel like as it's crossing out Jamie Lannister's list
Dropping
right
our
now.
names.
Yeah, that's basically what Adam's done. Like, fuck. Damn it. Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Your Grace.
I really hope I'd had
But
a
we
chance.
I mean, we wouldn't want it.
I really wish I'd had a chance for Adam to like go crawling back to patch things up with Sir Len before this.
Lord Commander Barristan Selmy gives you a polite like nod in response to your curtsies and stuff, and he goes, "The only times that the Kingsguard have become personally entangled in trials of seven has been when the honor of their king or the safety of the royal family was directly at stake. You are not accused of anything untoward towards his grace or the royal family, and no members of the Kingsguard as such should likely take part. It would seem as though his grace would be favoring one side over the other, as surely the white cloaks would tilt the balance," he says with an absolute straight face. He seems sincere about it, like he believes that they should tilt the balance, despite the fact that two of you have beaten two of them this week. He, speaks with a certainty that, yeah, whoever has the Kingsguard would have the seven on their side.
Right.
And you can tell
And-
Barristan Selmy believes it.
Mhm. And I believe him. So, thank you for your time. And I will leave. Go back to the table.
Robert gestures you away, already drinking again as you leave.
And then I will go back to the table and I will
Oh.
shake my head. No,
Oh, well.
Kingsguard. No
Well,
member of the royal household, which includes
Right, well,
your mentor, Sir
right.
Luke.
All right. So we need to find 3 people, and I think we have a working list of 3, potentially 4.
Now, I think you've left off someone very important once again, who I don't want on the other team.
Who? Why are you looking at me like that?
Because you've had the most contact with him this whole week out of all of us.
You mean
You-
Who's
Code
the
Gray?
most deadly
You-
sword that is here?
I assumed that would be a thing I should not suggest to you.
Would you rather one of us face him on the field?
I would need to approach. I would need to deal with that myself in a very delicate manner, because I'm pretty sure that we have a slightly unresolved conflict, but I think I could potentially talk him round. If nothing else, he's motivated by money.
Exactly. And I am perfectly comfortable in putting you in position of being his
Well, if you want me to do that, I'll go and do that.
handler person. Also,
Handler, huh?
yes.
Look, if nothing else, as you say, that keeps him off the other team if he says yes.
Exactly. And if he doesn't, I mean, he
And
wants to be in the history books.
I mean, he's already in them.
He wants this. I would be surprised if he isn't already planning some way to get you to approach him about it.
We've earned quite a bit of coin so far this week. We might
Yes,
want
and yeah, and
to reuse that.
I'm sure he's aware of that. And given that he hangs on Littlefinger's every word, I expect he knows the value of someone owing you a favor. All right then, I'm certainly willing to ask him.
In the same vein of people with whom we're having complicated relations, Oris.
Huh? He was looking longingly back towards the feast hall.
You have had an eventful week. You have struck the king so hard that you broke his helm. You have made quite a bit of coin for yourself and earned renown this week in the tourney. And you have served as a squire loyally to Sir Will and to pretty much all of us.
I
want you on our team.
for this trial thing.
Mm-hmm.
Trial by 7, you gotta be a knight. Willie Will told me all about him. The last one was Ashford Meadow and such. But no, got to be knighted for that.
Correct.
Yeah.
We're proposing to have you knighted, Oris. You
What?
have earned
What?
your spurs and more.
He looks at you kind of suspiciously. His brow kind of knits for a second as he's putting things together. But Willie Will's supposed to knight me.
It does not have to be Willie Will. Any knight
But-
can make a knight. I understand you don't want just any knight, but we are surrounded by some of the best knights in the kingdom right now.
But it's Willie Will what trained me and brought me up and fed me these dozen years, and he said I'd get my spurs when he felt I was ready for them. I don't know if it feels right for me to just get knighted by someone else.
Would you like to think on it a bit?
Trial's just tomorrow. Ain't time for that.
You have time. I mean,
Rena. Yeah. Oh no, never mind.
I mean,
No.
the only one of you that's even a knight is Luke, and he didn't make
next
it
man
real
to
far in
stairs.
the tourney or nothing, and I ain't served him except for the ride up here, and he shouldn't go knighting me, just some boy he just met, and
is there
who do you
another
think would
knight
do-
here in King's Landing that you would deign to allow to knight you?
So for the record, chat, my laughter and evil chuckles have to do with that random number 3.
Shit.
I made a list of knights that Oris would be okay with being talked into knighting him. That list, not in the order I'm about to read, include things like the Master-at-Arms of the Red Keep, Sir Aaron Santagar, Bronze Jan Royce, Lord of Runestone, making his uncle like Knight the Bastard and stuff. John Aaron, Hand of the King, any Kingsguard Knight, or Lord Commander Barristan Selmy, like the Kingsguard Knight, right? But instead, what we got was number 3. So Oris will have these emotions playing across his features as he's considering that option of who would you like to knight you, who would you be okay with, and then all the questioning leaves Oris's face. He goes, I know who. Even Willie Will couldn't complain if he knighted me. Yeah, good enough to knight
no.
Willie
Oh
Will.
shit.
Good enough to knight me.
Oh no.
You get that Robert Baratheon to give me my spurs, and even Willie Will couldn't say I didn't do enough to earn it. And
Sorry.
he straightens
Sorry.
up. He crosses his arms. His face looks etched in stone. He goes, aye, King Robert, you get him to knight me, and then I'll be a knight on par with Willie Will himself.
All right, young little fucker. Let's go talk to the king.
Mother. Fuck you, Ralph.
I'm also giving Raina like
Nothing.
a glare as I do this.
The
Alright, look.
the one that I thought would be harder and more awkward would be Bronze Jan Royce, because he'd be like, is this whole fucking thing an insult? Fuck you guys, right? And that could potentially affect who's on the other team
Yeah, you know
tomorrow.
what the king's
But
probably
yeah,
gonna do?
that was my other favorite one, and I'm like, yes, a 3, thanks Ash. So yeah, you just
But
made my day.
And I almost always pick odd numbers as well. Just damn it. Sorry. I'm so sorry.
This is for a good
So,
story. You're fine.
Oh my god.
So, who's gonna go talk Robert Baratheon into
Oh.
knighting Oris?
I'm bringing Oris with me to him. We're
Uh,
going.
Do you want
let
backup?
you know, I'm not, because I got a piece of my head.
Yeah. Robert, do you want backup?
I think I have this.
Okay.
So, You walk past the door, flanked by Kingsguard. You walk up there, and you can see now Grand Maester Pycelle has gotten like a Sivas board, which is like Westerosi chess, and Robert is trying to show Joffrey a move, and Lord Commander Barristan Selmy is leaning over the board, trying to help explaining it, and Joffrey's just like, ah! and like that's their father-son moment, is like trying to teach some complex but subtle pseudo-military maneuver as you go walking up.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait for kind of a natural opening, and I'm going to try to get his attention politely.
Lord Commander Barristan Selmy clears his throat softly because he notices like anybody. Grand Maester Pycelle gathers up his dignity and goes, the knight, Sir Lucerys Nymaryen of Wyvern's Rest, and his squire. And he looks flustered that he can't remember Oris's name, and his squire is enough of an announcement.
I'm gonna give him a polite bow. I'm sure the king's tired of fucking seeing us at this point.
He reclines in the seat with a gusty sigh that almost stirs your hair, like at the bottom of the steps. You've seen the throne room in the show. Like, you've got to go up the steps and all that. Like, you're 20 feet away, and he's like, oh, look, it's the prettiest of the Dorish dragon fuckers. What is it, boy?
Forgive my intrusion, Your Majesty.
That's
Great.
a side of Bobby B I didn't know about.
Unfortunately, hitting out of prizes today was interrupted by this unpleasantness. However, my squire here, proved himself quite, a little too strong in the squire's joust. Desires his spurs, and none but you would do it for him. If you see value in that.
This bastard squire, you offered him a knighthood, and he said no.
My sister offered him one, but that aside, in her willingness to hand out things I don't think should be handed out, I do believe Oris proved himself an attorney. You knighted his trainer, Sir Wooly Will. It would mean a lot to him if you would be willing to do so. If you believe he's worthwhile to doing so, if you would give him the honors.
I knighted who? Come on, boy, answer. Was only your king fit to knight you, bastard? And Oris is looking nervously from King Robert to Barristan Selmy, and maybe he's like shit, I should have said Barristan, right? Like, damn. Now that I see the whole menu. But he's looking back and forth, and then
the king appreciates directness, Oris. Please tell him what's on your mind.
Well, my lord, your grace, Sir Majesty, you knighted the man what said he was gonna knight me someday. The hedge knight I normally ride with, Wooly Will. Wooly Will? He goes, sorry, Sir Lord, your grace. Sir Willem of the Bells. He was a man-at-arms at the Battle of Stony Sept. And you knighted him yourself after he assisted in the battle. And Robert pats his belly and goes, oh, at the Bells. Listen, boy. I fought half the fucking Riverlands that day and drank half the fucking Riverlands that night. I don't remember this Wooly Will of yours. But if he says I knighted him, I'm sure I did. I knighted plenty. So I knighted him, and now I've got to knight you. Is that the thinking? Eh? And Oris crosses his arms and in that stubborn, like, I am the wall. And he goes, yes, your grace, that is my thinking. I wouldn't insult Willy Will by taking the knighthood from anyone less than him what gave it to him. Because otherwise, I'm telling him I know that I'm a knight better than he does. But, well, your grace, like, if you say I'm a knight, then I must be, because you're the king and all.
He's big, but he's respectful, your grace.
So, Robert Baratheon kind of looks over, and he gives Joffrey this side-eye glare. So Joffrey stops smirking for a second, and he looks over at Lord Commander Barristan Selmy, and he goes, well, what you think, Selmy? You watched the boy fight more than I did, though I had a closer view for some of it. Does he fight like a man? And Barristan makes a big show of, like, eyeing him carefully. And he goes, I'd say so, your grace. He goes, aye. Well then, you, Luke, isn't it? Does he act like a man?
I'm going to take a moment, kind of look him up and down. In all the ways I can tell, your grace, he does. He's brave, he's noble, and he keeps his word.
Well then.
And he fights like hell.
Ha! That he does. Charges hard, too. That's pretty knightly, if you ask me.
Yeah, and he's got the balls to go bug the king for stuff.
Aye. That he does. And it would seem bothering the king is knightly this night, at least. Fine. Boy, are you the holy sort? You need to fast and stay up all night, get knighted on the morrow? Or not? You in a rush? Well, it has to be before the trial, your grace. But I haven't been to sept like I should, I suppose. And he's looking back and forth from King Robert to Lord Commander Barristan, like, I don't know what to answer. Is this a trick? Oh, shit.
And then kind of softly, I can take care of the sept after, boy.
And then Robert says, it's fine, lad. I'll not call for the Grand Septon. I'm not the pious sort either. Come on up here. You too, let him up. And Robert hauls himself to his feet as Oris ascends the steps. He goes, on your knees, lad. And then he grabs his wine cup and kind of shakes it at him and splashes him with the dregs that are in the wine cup. And he goes, 1 second.
Go have the words right.
In the bevy of having to restart computers and stuff. Yeah, I had to lose some stuff. Come on, where's it at?
This is awesome, by the way.
Well, there's a couple of different ones. And I found the one that I like. Here we go. So yeah, there's a couple different ones. So he goes, and he splashes him with the wine from it left in his cup. He goes, fine. In the name of the warrior, I charge you to be brave. In the name of the father, just. In the name of the mother, defend the innocent. Arise, a knight of the 7 kingdoms. Sir Oris the Aurochs. Keep on charging, lad.
Wow.
And as Oris stands, Robert just fucking belts him, just punches him like square in the sternum, like right over the heart, and he goes, "Let that be your last unanswered blow." And then he throws himself back onto the Iron Throne. and just gives a sigh. Oris gets just fucking clubbed back down the stairs. And he looks up like, the fuck? What just... like, that's not how it's supposed to go. I thought they just tapped you with a fucking sword. Like, so he sits there for a second, like, just on his ass at the bottom of the stairs leading up to the Iron Throne. You hear Sir Marin Trant go, "Huh," in this fucking snide little way. Joffrey goes, "Heh," in his snide little way. Barristan Selmy just does this kind of grandfatherly smile, like, oh well, it's King Robert, like it's gonna,
I'm going to extend an arm to Oris. Sir Oris, stand.
He pointedly stands up without help, but then he shakes your hand as soon as he's on his feet. So there we go. Not the most formal ceremony, but not making his way through all of it. And as Oris starts, as you two start to leave, King Robert goes, "So, the rush for this challenge tomorrow. Knights are sworn to speak the truth. So why, boy? When I was your age, all I wanted to do was crack skulls and fuck girls. Are you in it for the blood, or are you out to impress his sisters?" And he gives Luke like a look.
Luke just kind of nods along with Knights are honest.
And Oris just go, it's because I know they didn't do it, Your Grace. I rode up here with them, and this whole thing, they didn't do it. And I'm supposed to defend the innocent.
He's our old villain.
So, there we go. Robert gives a gesture that they can leave, and you lot take off.
Okay.
That went
without
pretty
any
well.
further incident.
For the record, you didn't have to roll to convince him because of some of the arguments you used. So you're like, because look at him. He's got the balls to ask the king for it, So like that sort of thing. Yeah, it was going to be.
To speak his language.
There were
Yeah.
there were different arguments that were going to be like gimmies for different NPCs that you approached. So yeah, that happened to be kind of the right one for Robert. So there you go.
Holy
Yeah, I'm
shit.
just going to deflate in my chair. You guys can take it from here.
Yeah.
So,
before things get too hectic, though, I do want to remind Adam to send a raven to grandfather.
Right. Do you want me to do that before or after I go and talk to Sir Lynn?
It
Long as
can
happens
happen.
tonight.
Yeah, it can happen tonight before people go to bed. Is just
Okay.
so that took a couple minutes. So what were the twins and baby brother up to in the meantime?
I was watching with immense pride.
Okay.
He was peeking.
I was peeking. Because just seeing all that happen, just like about 60 to 70% of Adam's anger just melted away.
Yay! Well, I would be talking with Bela about who do you think we're going to be opposed by. I know we don't know, and there's no way to know since you're letting us take first pick. But we still have, stuff. I mean, Nathan obviously will be on the field.
Yeah, I suppose there will not be a Langley Woods. I try humor and it doesn't go over very well. Well, I mean,
She should have asked the king.
yeah. So, yeah, obviously Nathan, he's quite a warrior. We've seen that firsthand.
Out of character. Nobody from House Woods is formally accusing you of murder because nobody else is here.
Right.
So what small precedent there might be would be other kin of Sir Langley by marriage. Nobody really knows the Woods family tree. The next kind of ratchet down that could potentially be emotionally invested would be kind of a countryman of Langley Woods. But the only other northerner here is Alisane Mormont. And you doubt that she's clamoring for a spot in a Holy Andal challenge. And you doubt that she's clamoring for a spot to try and kill you, and you
Right.
doubt that she, would
Yeah.
necessarily even get the spot. So that's a complete wild card as to anybody that might be officially representing House Lucas's accusation of murder, which can be from House Lucas. Like, it is clearly from Marita at you. So somebody, just to break down the trial of 7 a little bit more, somebody is going to be announced as the official, I stand for this accusation. Like, I am the accuser of that charge of murder. That's going to matter in the trial because you need to kill that person or get them to retract it. So
LBD.
somebody on behalf of House Lucas is going to do that. Somebody on behalf of House Dannett is going to stand for Iris as that accusation. And somebody on behalf of House Lucas, someone else, is going to stand in defense of the murder trial that got sent back. So, like, those are the key 3. You know that they're going to have 3 people that are the, like, symbol of those accusations and counter-accusations. And that's going to be part of what you guys need to do also. You've got your list of 7, and then you need to see exactly what 3 are each accusation, counter-accusation, in a way. Is that making sense?
Yeah.
So there's a lot kind of up in the air still until the rosters get finalized and that sort of thing. So yeah.
Clearly, I would be the defender of the accusation of killing Langley Woods.
Right, like that's the default. It's you or your chosen champion.
Yeah.
Which, in a way, like, because of the convoluted nature of these trials or these accusations, like, you could have a champion as your defendant for the murder of Langley Woods, and then, like, you could be Reyna's champion or something like that and still be in the fight for the overall clusterfuck.
Okay.
Right?
That
So,
could
like,
be
you could still fight, but then somebody else, and it doesn't have to be Reyna. It could be on behalf of the house, I stand in defense of us in the accusation of murder or whatever. So it just has to be 3 and 3. It doesn't necessarily have to be you because you're still allowed to have a champion. So in that one accusation, you've got a champion, but for another accusation, you're in the fight. Right? So it's a fucking weird thing.
Okay.
It's basically up to everybody to decide which 3 are standing for each accusation.
Gotcha.
So we're looking at Sir Lucaris, Bela, Sir Will, Sir Oris. Oh.
I know. I was like, oh.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You.
So we need 2.
Yeah, and you want me to ask her in?
Unless you can talk me, if you can talk me out of it.
Not going to talk you out of
And
it.
just a reminder, because also thinking about the fight and who's going to be in it and stuff, these start on horse with lances, and then they can continue afoot.
If you all die, I will continue the house as ably as I can.
I saw Leslie gonna grow in your lap. I don't believe that's gonna happen.
All right, so we got.
I said that. No, I said that.
All right, so who are the biggest badasses right now? Just off the top of your heads, just anybody.
Sir Lynn.
Well, yeah, Lynn Corbray.
We have 2 injured people that would be on that list but aren't.
Right.
Yeah, like so. Yeah, we have to work with what we've got.
All right, so after him, who is the most martially competent?
Is that what we're going with? By the way, are we going with martially competent rather than honourable?
My question right now is martially competent.
I would say Dondarrion's pretty up there.
Yeah, Lord Beric Dondarrion, Sir Balin Swan, they're all big badasses.
Balin. I don't know how to spell his name. So I'm just gonna
Balon, like balloon, but with only one O.
Oh shit!
Oh
What
no,
was his
wait,
name?
no, with one L and one O. Balon.
Balon. Okay. How are we with Mr. How are we with in like relations with with Sir Balin Swan?
Let me know if you want a little bit more of a list
What
of
about
reputedly top fighters in town.
Sir Egan?
Oh, Sir Vardis Egan. I hadn't thought about him.
Me and him fought twice, and it was very close each time. He's quite skilled. And yet, unhorsed me.
Mm-hmm. All right.
And I feel like we had a good respect.
All right. Okay. Okay, Rusty. Who are we missing?
I mean, it depends on how many you want on this potential list. But the list of Knight of Quality, I broke the NPC knights into a couple different tiers, and then some also got a few extra things added. But this is just my list of Knight of Quality tier. Of repute, the people that even when introduced in the joust, you were like, oh yeah, I've heard of that guy being badass. We have Justin Massey, Sir Balin Swan, Robar Royce, Emin Quee, Donald Wainwood, Lynn Corbray, Gaudry Faring, Garth Greysteel Hightower, Osmond Kettleblack, Bastard Walder Rivers, The Will of Will, Richard Horp, Alisane Mormont, she's kind of off this list, Goyard Morrigan, Archibald Ironwood, Lord Jason Mallister, Bronjon Royce, Garland Tyra.
There's
Okay.
a few of those. There's a few of those that are not too distant neighbors of ours, like not like literally neighbors, but they're not super far away from us either. So like potentially they're ones to maybe focus on.
Okay.
Just as a note, remember that most of those that are potentially close-ish neighbors are Stormlanders, which also House Lucas is. So proximity alone might not be.
House
I mean-
Quees and Reach, isn't it?
Well, yeah. So I'm just saying some of them were
Okay.
potentially.
Yeah, we maybe want to avoid like too many Stormlanders, but like Dondarian's probably fine because like that's the Marches, which is a bit different.
Right.
And he seems solidly like amiable to us.
I feel like Sir Tully might be, or Sir Brendan might be. He would be good to have on our team to kind of bolster the fact that we have Lynn Corporay.
As a balance.
Kind of way, you know. Because he is so honorable.
Well, I mean, like Lynn Corbury, like he's not like honorable the way the Blackfish is, but he's not like Sir Meryn. He's not like Meryn Trant or fucking Boris
Right.
Blunt or what's the other, or Alardine. He's not like actually. He doesn't. He's not as horrible as like. You don't know him like I do.
Just meet him at Thanksgiving. You guys will like him fine.
Yeah. He's not an abuser. He's just an asshole.
Well, he's an abusive women, apparently.
Yeah, he doesn't abuse women. There you go.
All right. So when Rusty says, I just want to bring mechanics into this very briefly. When Rusty says Knight of Quality, he is talking about people who are going out there with a certain combination of dice.
Mm.
He told me about this combination of dice like a week or so ago. Actually, it was after the game, so 2 weeks ago. And looking at everyone else on the team, I am the weak link.
Okay.
Like, in comparison to these Knights of Quality, the problem with me being on the field is that I have an athletics of 3.
Right.
So,
I mean,
These guys,
it's perfectly valid for you to choose a champion, and you'll still like Rusty said, you'll still be in control of someone. But it's
I
a matter
really
of like,
want to be there. So
I understand. Have you got any XP kicking around?
no, well, I've got 10, but it doesn't get me any. I've already got. I'm as specialized as I can get into my longsword.
I was going to say like 10's enough for an athletic specialty, if there's one that you think.
Specialties don't particularly help in combat, except for
I
the
suppose,
strength,
yeah.
the
yeah,
powerful,
no, that's,
that some weapons
I don't
have.
have
But
that.
yeah,
no, that's fair enough. I realize like they're not part of like the derived stat thing. Okay, sorry.
yeah.
No,
One of the
I-
concerns. Yeah, one of the
You're just
concerns.
telling me
Just
that, like, I can hit. I'm pretty sure I can hit almost all of them because I'll be rolling like 8 dice. Not. I'm only keeping like 4, but. But
It's
I'll be
really
rolling
like
a bunch of dice.
what would Reyna do is the question, really. I guess.
Pardon?
I guess like the question is, what would Reyna do?
Reyna would want the team to win.
Yeah.
And arguably, that's the difference between an heir and a champion, right? Like Baylor's like, "Fuck you! I'm stabbing people with my cool spear," right? And Reyna's just like, maybe it's more important that we win, and so like it's potentially the fiery Roinar blood against the, ambitious Valyrian blood kind of split that you two have. I mean, I could certainly see Reyna deciding either way. It being
Yeah,
completely
same.
justified in character.
And we're going to be fighting Knights
Sister.
Equality. I'm sorry?
May I say something?
Yes.
So jumping in character again, while the rest of
Okay.
us are blathering on out of character. All right, quick
I'm gonna
switch.
forget about numbers now.
We just buy more dice. I don't know what this dice stock is. No. We need you to stay out of this in case it goes poorly. If it goes poorly and you're out of it, you can plot and scheme and make sure they pay in blood for what they've done to us. But if you're there and die with us,
Yeah, I mean, I would really rather not lose all 3 of you.
I don't want to lose any of us.
No, I know. I mean, that's not what I meant. I mean, I don't want anything to happen to any of you, but someone who doesn't prepare for the worst is almost certainly going to be blindsided by it. Is your pride trying to push you into a thing that you feel might compromise the team?
Adam, are you calling me prideful?
I would never do such a thing, my lady.
You should.
we're already pushing our luck by having Cousin Will with us.
See, the thing is, I absolutely have no worries that Cousin will survive this. And I would definitely be the weakest member of our team, even just looking at what we have right now. So we
What?
need
Oh,
two.
No, sorry. You go ahead.
Sister, may I suggest something? Before you decide for sure, let us talk to some other knights and see what their interests are. And perhaps you might feel differently about being the weakest on the team or not.
Perhaps if we, see if any of our sort of shortlist says no, and then like if it looks like I'm sorry, there's too much I can't think. You know what I mean, right?
I do. We will talk to our potentials that we have on our short list, and we will see who we can recruit. If
Right.
I feel confident that that combination of people will bring us a victory, then I will step aside and make bail in my champion.
Right. So I think I'm going to focus on the one person that kind of needs my personal
Your
attention.
special touch.
I wasn't going to say that because I thought at least one of you would laugh.
Well, I said it, so I don't get to laugh. Yes, please do go speak to Stephen, and
I'll focus on that. I'm also going to send a letter to grandfather and let him know that this is happening, just in case things kick off further.
understood, and I agree.
I will do those things.
The contents of the letter, I want you to work on in the next 2 weeks, and we will start with a dramatic reading of the letter as both sides are revealed in their armor and stuff at like the start of the episode.
I get
So it'll be like
I
the
get
cool
to play with my
voiceover.
back seal kit again.
Yeah, like that'll be the cool voiceover thing. So the letter you can write, you can send it. Grandmaster Pycelle, Raven will be away. Don't worry about the letter anymore. We'll do that next time. So let's cut to Lynn Corbray.
Right.
Right? Or are you not? Or are you not quite ready? You need some time to prepare.
No, that's okay. Like, I think like kind of out character. Like, I've got a mental plan of like, Adam does still need to like, kind of make peace with Oris. But like, things are a bit kind of, there's a lot going on right now, so he'll probably choose a kind of quieter moment to do that. So that is totally fine for Adam to go back into the hall and eat the frog, so to speak.
All right. Do you want to do that right now, or do you want a moment to switch gears and we do a different recruitment scene with somebody else? You good to?
No, I'm up for it.
All righty.
I'm going to mute myself because I'm afraid of what I'm going to say.
What? What did you say?
I'm afraid that my responses might distract you, so I'm going to mute myself.
She's muting the peanut gallery.
Oh, but by all means, be the peanut gallery because it entertains me.
So by this point, like just about every knight is on their feet and has kind of angled towards the entrances, kind of just moseying over towards the doors of the Queen's ballroom, so that they'll be like seen when anyone from either team is coming back in. Like all the knights just happen to get up and stretch their legs and head towards the entrance to kind of be seen and looking and listening. Lynn Corbray is sitting alone at one of the feast tables with his feet kicked up on a table with Lady Forlorn propped up against his chair, drinking wine and just looking super chill. I'm totally not interested, of course. I'm not going to clamor for a spot on the team. So he's just sitting by himself at one of the feast tables, kicked back, feet on the table, tight black leather pants, long legs stretched out. Just,
you always mention those.
Just normal stuff.
Yeah. Before approaching, I'm going to get a servant to give me 2 cups of pear brandy.
Sure. Easily done.
Yeah. So I'm going to try and look casual as well, even though Adam is like not quite so good at it. But we'll mosey on over and we'll. It's not going to ask for permission to like sit down or anything this time, but it's just going to just place 1 cup in front of him and sit down across from him. Not even sit across. I'm going to like casually kind of not quite sit on the table, but just like
leaning against the table next to him.
Lean on the table, yes.
Here to satisfy my thirst. And he puts down his glass and takes the pear brandy.
Yes, I rather noticed you didn't look too happy earlier on, so I thought I could bring you something that would put a smile on your face.
Oh, and what did you bring me?
Apart from my Apart from this humble peace offering,
Peace offering? I didn't remember we were at war.
oh, that's gratifying to hear. How would you like to be in a trial by 7?
Well, it just so happens I heard that one is scheduled for tomorrow, and there are 14 spots, so I'm sure I could find one somewhere.
How would you like to be on the House Nymaryen trial by 7 team?
Why should I?
Oh, I take it because I asked you nicely isn't going to do.
I'd say that depends entirely upon how nicely you think you're going to ask me.
Get that shit.
What? What? Is there anything in particular that you would require in order to say yes?
What are you offering?
Well, it can't have escaped your attention that I and my siblings have made rather a lot of money at this tourney.
Oh?
Do you like money?
Most people do. Some of us are just a bit more honest about it than others.
I value honesty.
You value Lady Forlorn, and you'd rather not see it pointed at your precious siblings.
You cut me to the core, sir.
You hope I don't.
I'm not going to be anywhere near that fight.
Oh, what a surprise.
Right, okay. I think the languid put downs are probably reached their saturation point. So I'm going to be direct. Name your price.
An open offer is terribly refreshing, especially in this city and in this keep.
We don't have to discuss it here, since some people find discussing such things in public quite crass. I'm quite prepared to discuss this privately if you want.
I'm sure that you are. You can deliver it privately. Let's say 1,000 gold stags.
Hold on, Rusty, you've kind of, stags are silver.
Sorry, gold crowns. Yeah, my...
Just down.
You really think you're worth that much?
Even if I don't, the Ironwoods might. Especially if they were to pool their resources with the Stormlanders.
And there I thought that we were friends. Oh well. How about 500?
500 might be enough to convince me not to take part. But only might. It's been almost a century since the history books had a trial of 7 written into them.
Yes, and I get the feeling that you're a man who likes to get his name, who's interested in being remembered.
Oh, I'm already remembered. I broke the
I know.
Dornish lines. The Battle of the Trident.
I know, but a man can only drink on that for so long.
I've made it this long. And perhaps I'd get even more Stormlanders to buy me drinks if I cut down just a few more Dornishmen.
The same could really be said for the opposite, though.
The Dornish haven't killed me yet.
Neither have the Stormlanders. You're just making an absurd argument, Sir Lynn.
I don't have to argue anything. You're the one asking me for help.
Well, I can always ask someone else.
I suppose you could. though I wouldn't open with name your price and then try to talk them down.
Well, I wasn't expecting quite such an absurd number.
Or gold at all.
As you said, your family's done fairly well for yourself this week.
That is true.
I have no coin purse coming for my successes in the melee, for my successes in the joust. I'm not champion of anything. I'm not Adam the Archer. I'm not the best rider in King's Landing. I didn't have the opportunity to fight Robert Baratheon to a standstill. I didn't wage exorbitantly on each and every one of my siblings' many victories, or those of some bastard dog that follows me around doing what I say. You've had plenty of opportunities to make plenty of coin. Far more opportunities than I have.
However, you clearly value being the person who does particular things, which, for example, taking out both of your both of the finalists of the jousts. That was meaningful to you. That's
Indeed.
So it stands to reason that being in the first trial by 7 in over 90 years is also a significant feather in one's cap, proverbially speaking. That is worth something.
It is.
So what I'm curious about is what more could you possibly want? 500
Go ahead.
500 dragons is more than it's. I mean, there's a great deal one can achieve with that. That's more than you had even if you had won every contest at this tourney, you would not be taking away that much money. I'm prepared to give it to you.
That would depend entirely upon how heavily I wagered upon myself. He says with a tone that makes it clear he knows just how heavily you lot have been wagering upon yourself.
Yeah, it's just like Adam's very conscious that like he doesn't want to give away someone else's money, so he's only like restricting himself at the moment to the money he has.
I don't remember
because basically like 500 dragons is like that would bring him down to like basically what he started with at the start of the campaign, like literally all his money. So
right.
Yeah.
But you are also kind of in charge of the house's money. And the other thing is just everybody knows you guys have been wagering heavily with Illyrio Mopatis all week.
Yeah.
So
no,
he's...
Yeah, no, I get it. It's just like there's an important decision to be made whether Adam's willing to actually like push it further than that.
And for just out of character note for viewers, 1,000 gold is a lot of money. It's 5 wealth points on the house scale, which House Corbray needs. So there's a reason he's asking. It's not entirely selfish of him, perhaps. There's no way he's giving all 1,000 to the house or anything like that. But House Corbray is known to be a proud but poor house in recent years.
No, I'm not saying I don't understand. It's just, this is a difficult one to have, and I'm clearly not winning the argument. So, what about 700?
What about 1,000?
800.
I suppose 800 might do.
That sounds like there's a but coming.
Then again, it is an unknown caliber of opponent that I'll be facing. Likely the only one that'll be in there for sure is that lout Nathan Lucas. I'm not sure just how much glory I'll be winning.
Oh, come on. They're not going to pick rabble. It's going to, there's a certain standard that they have to at least be knights for a start. I think you're just trying to squeeze me for more money. And I'm not saying
Adam, if I was squeezing you, you'd know.
Look, I'm not saying that it's not understandable. I'm just saying that there is value in someone owing you a favor.
I'm well aware.
And if you bankrupt my house, we can hardly return on said favor.
Yes, but if you lose tomorrow, you might not have much of a house left. And I'll be in the history books as a loser. And gold would make me feel so very much better about that.
You would not be
500 before, 500 after I help you win.
But then how do we know that, well, that you who says, oh, how do I know whether we're going to win? What makes you sure that you can do that then?
You'll have me.
Fine.
He stands up, which is comfortably or perhaps uncomfortably close to you, given that you were like standing next to the table, like leaning on the table. So he just kicks his feet down and suddenly stands up right close to you.
I'm not going to move.
And he offers you a handshake, which is, again, uncomfortably close. He says, very well then, let's shake on it.
All right, I'll take the hand then.
His breath smells of both sweet wine and pear brandy, as it's right there. And he shakes, squeezes your hand just a moment too long, and then gestures for you to leave.
I would say it was a pleasure doing business with you. But rode me rather hard there.
Not yet.
Good luck tomorrow then, Sirlin. Though a man of your skill has no need of luck.
On the morrow then. And he melts back down into his chair, looking satisfied with himself.
Yeah, like Adam's disposition with him's gone down a little bit. I'm a bit pissed off about that, but yeah, I'm not going to let that show. I'm going to return to my family.
Just let those dark Corbray eyes soak in the juicy written on the back of your tight pants as you saunter away.
I hate to see you go, but I love to watch you leave.
Wow.
All right, Lynn Corbray has been added to your roster.
Ugh.
Fuck.
Expensive get.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I am gonna have to I'm gonna have to tell them that I've done this because this is terrible.
We could have bought an army of 1,000 gold dragons.
Yeah, I know. I tried. I really tried. You didn't even ask me to roll persuasion.
It's fine. He won't be on the opposing side, and he'll be fighting on our side. And there's very few who can match his skill.
Even if I have to borrow this money and pay it back, I don't want anyone else dealing with this. This is my problem. I made this happen.
No, this is a house debt.
Yeah, you lot have an in-character conversation about it. I'm gonna be right.
This is a house debt, Adam.
Next week, the trip to the Iron Bank.
Oh, no, oh no, sorry, Raina.
Uh-huh.
Right. I've got good news and bad news. He said yes, but it's gonna cost a lot of money.
How much is a lot?
1,000 dragons. Now, I can put up half of that,
What?
but we need he wants 500 before and 500 after you win.
1,000 stacks is a lot of money. Tree's
I
worth
know.
it.
I fucking know. I tried to haggle it
Like
down.
dragons.
Gold.
He like flustered me. But look, none of this is going to be your problem. I can, like I said, I can pay like the first half, and I'll and if any of you are like willing to like lend me the rest, I will pay you back. Because this is my fault.
Done.
Yes, and while I'm not pleased with the amount, it is a house debt, and we will pay it. This is not a personal debt.
Might I suggest we leave this part out of the letter to grandfather?
Yeah, I'm not going to tell him
Of
about that.
course.
No, because he'll never let me touch a single fucking copper after this. If he hears about it.
That's true.
It doesn't count as spending money if you've overall still made more money on the trip, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Fuck. I was going to use that money to fucking throw myself a tourney for my name day. Shit.
You guys as a house, you still have plenty of money from the winning. I've seen the winnings documents.
I liked having my own jangly pile of money. Okay, no, this is fine. I'm making an investment. That's what I'm going to call this, an investment.
Investment, us surviving this.
Hey,
Trial.
right, Balin, not just surviving, winning,
Winning.
because he guarantees that you're not going to
We have
lose.
to win.
Oh, well, if Corbray guarantees it.
If we do not
Well,
win, we're going to be out
hey.
way more than gold. Okay?
Good.
So it's worth it to win.
But and look, you may scoff, but like it's actually like in terms of that kind of surety about that particular thing, when it's him, yeah, I'm actually inclined to believe that like he's not wrong.
Look, who's gonna match up against him, right? Like,
Yeah.
Bronzion Royce, he's injured, he can't fight. Sir Garland, injured, he can't fight, right? Like, who else is gonna be here?
Well, there's like Justin Massey and Varzigan and Quee. There are a lot of other knights, but they're like he's renowned. So I think as much as like I don't like that it's costing this much either. I genuinely tried, but I don't. But like this is better than him joining the other team.
I agree.
So, I believe then we have 2 spots left, correct? If Reyna is recusing herself, we're looking at the Will of Will, Bela and Luke, Sir Orth the Aurochs, Sir Lynn Corbray of Heartsholm, and we're looking at number 6 and number 7.
So, how about those other knights that you just mentioned, Adam? Shall we talk to Sir Egan or Sir Massey?
I think Sir Egan's a good choice.
Just as a quick lore note, normally it's Sir first name, Lord last name. Because there could be several different Sirs in House Massey. There's one Lord Massey,
Sir
that type of thing. Yeah. And it's something that they're a little inconsistent about on the show. Like, everyone still says Lord Tywin. That's because he's got that big Tywin energy, right? Like, but for the most part, it's Sir first name, Lord last name. Just a little.
So I thought we were inviting Lord Dondarrion.
Oh, sure. I'm I'm just saying, you just named some people that might be equal in skill.
Or I thought we were just sort of sorry. I thought we were throwing around hypotheticals to invite. I got confused. Sorry.
Okay.
It was a really stressful conversation.
Yes, my apologies. It was both. It was because you're saying that these people are equally skilled. Perhaps that might elevate priorities.
No, I mean, I don't actually think either. I mean, they're good, but I actually don't think they're as good as Sir Lena's.
Yes, yeah, I think that was the bigger point, was that I don't think that there's no equal that's available.
Yeah.
So let's do it this way, Reyna. Since you have chosen not to take part, like Luke kind of went and farmed up Oris, and we had Adam go and recruit Lynn Corbray. Reyna, who do you want to be your champion in the tourney? There's quite a few knights left. You've got 2 spots to fill. Who does Reyna want to take initiative with and recruit next? Or Bela, because you kind of haven't picked someone personally yet.
Do I need to even find an administrator to convince to let me fight in this?
It might not be a bad idea. Sorry, go ahead, baby.
What if I make Bela my champion?
She's still not a knight. That said, just because we've got 30 minutes left and 2 knights still to recruit, I'm not going to make you roleplay out the scene with Grandmaster Pycelle. You have established enough personal, we don't have time. You have established enough personal precedent this week. Grandmaster Pycelle would argue against it. Lord Commander Barristan Selmy would argue for allowing you. Joffrey would argue against it. And Robert Baratheon would choose to leave you in because you were some of the last ones standing against him in the melee. Like you specifically, Bela, were like the last, adult still fighting him. And because you've beat Kingsguard Knights, Barristan Selmy, you're like, well, she's also the accused, yada yada. So Robert Baratheon sides yes. We're not going to roleplay out the scene of my NPCs arguing with one another, including Grandmaster Pycelle. So it is not necessarily a precedent for any woman, but because you were knight enough to fight in the tourney, because you were knight enough to beat a knight of the Kingsguard, because you are personally accused in this, and because of Robert siding with you wanting to fight, Bela is in.
Okay. Special circumstances.
Yes. And it would be really fun to roleplay out that whole fucking argument, but it's fine. We're not going to make you guys.
There is precedent
Oh, jeez.
for.
Oh, stop it.
Okay, so let's find 2 more to go talk to.
I would lean towards Sir Beric Dondarrion.
Okay. Would you like to talk to him, or would you like me?
I kind of want to talk to him yet this week. I mean,
Very well.
Would you like company, or would you like to go on your
Who
own?
would we like me to go
by
and
myself.
recruit to our side? Who is next on our list?
Sir Balin Swan was also on my list.
Okay. Is there anything I should know about him before I go talk to him?
He's the guy. He fights with a Morning Star. He's blunt weapons guy. Big, honourable. Seems to be honourable anyway. Seems like a decent knightly knight. Adam's been hanging out with him a bit. So he seems like a good guy. Basically.
Okay.
He is also a Stormlander.
Stormlander.
Which, if you can get him to side with you, might kind of undercut some reputation concerns. If he's fighting against other Stormlanders, that's a mark that a chivalrous knight is setting aside geographic loyalty. So the Dornish house getting a Stormlanders on your side could look good to the crowd.
Okay. Adam, do you have any tips for anything that might motivate him based upon the time you spent with him?
Rusty, like, would you need me to roll to think of anything, or is there anything that I would just know would like be a good angle?
The big thing is just he is a pretty chivalrous knight. He may be feeling guilty by also having fought Langley Woods, remember? Like, so that he does have some kind of personal stake in it. But yeah, he's basically just a good dude.
Okay. Yeah, so when he's a chivalrous knight by all accounts, he also was one of the people who fought Langley, so he certainly seems to at least have an interest in truth. He might be interested in kind of helping to bring that to light.
Okay, thank you.
But I think if you're forthright and earnest with him, he'll respond to that.
Okay, I appreciate your advice.
Dami agrees.
Yeah.
Would you care for an escort?
Do you suppose I might be in danger? Or just company?
We're all in danger. It's up to you.
What was that, Raina?
It may be not. I mean, he is a knight, and so there may be a knight to knight argument that he might make. Just to help.
Yes.
I don't know.
Just in case I am not officially a knight enough for him.
I will follow this.
So, you two make your way back towards the feast hall. Again, like, there's a ton of knights that are just kind of idly standing in, like, rows near the door. Like, just standing there like, pick me, basically. But, you know, like, they're all standing and talking, but they're arrayed in a way that, like, they're all visible from the doorway. It's not like none of them are clustered up in far away corners that you can see. You know, it's just, it's kind of a, it kind of reminds you of the workers at the brothel from the other night. Like, they're casually arrayed in a way that they're all visible, and they're clearly, you know, and a few of them almost comically are like straightening up their shoulders and, you know, trying to like, oh, look at me, I'm all, you know. So
Okay. Well,
they are easy enough to spot.
Okay, then as we're walking, I'll kind of like slowly eye them left and right to kind of take them in, and then keep going until we come to...
Sir Balin Swan is right there, not terribly far away. He's chatting with Richard Horp and Guyard Morrigan, and you know, they all stop when they see people coming. You know, they're just kind of chatting, and they all kind of turn and look. And again, they, you know, most of them don't quite have a please me, you know, type of thing. But they're all clearly like stopping and waiting and looking at you. It's a little disconcerting compared to some of the grumbles of anti-chivalry stuff that you've been hearing throughout the week. Like, now that they want something, everybody's suddenly cool with you. Not just Balin Swan that was hanging out with you the other night. Not, you know, some of these guys have been perfectly chivalrous and polite and friendly. He was with you guys at the Green Tree the other night, right? But like, for some of the other ones to be, very quiet and respectful is probably a little off-putting, you know, from some of them that have been kind of dickish this week. But also to Balin Swan's credit, he isn't one of those that's been dickish, you know, this week. So, so yeah, they're all quiet and respectful as you approach.
Excuse me, Sir Balin. May I have a word, please?
Of course, my lady. Sir, and he gives Luke a nod as well.
I returned it.
Okay, I will sit down at the table with him.
He makes his way over towards you. He goes, before we begin, I must apologize. I meant no jape or jest. about Assassin's tools when I commented on my Morningstar. I should not have made light of the circumstances of that meeting.
It's understandable. You were um, speaking your mind as you saw it in the moment.
And we were all caught off guard by these events.
An unseemly affair, to be sure.
Yes. You've been very kind to us this week when others have been less so. And that is also part of the reason why I'm here is that you've been more friendly to us than others. So I come to ask if you would be on our team of 7 for the trial tomorrow.
He nods pretty immediately. He goes, "Of course. I would be honored to stand with you against these charges. They can't go leveling accusations of murder at everyone as a result of some fall in a melee. No, that wouldn't do it all."
Yeah. I agree completely. It's an unfortunate situation, and I am thankful, and my family is thankful that you will aid us in this manner.
Of course, my lady. I would be honored to... Sorry, out of character. I'm trying to think of like because wager my body sounds a little... a little Jade Springy. I would be glad to risk my body and blood in the name of justice and in defense of your house against these charges.
That's very chivalrous of you.
Yeah. That was so nice of him.
See the big difference?
Yeah.
It goes for 3,000 gold dragons.
Okay, so I thank him again, and then I get up and walk out.
My ladies, or my lady, sir, should I accompany you, or will we simply meet on the morrow?
You're welcome to come with us, I suppose.
You may come with us if you wish.
All right. He falls into your wake and goes with you back to the kind of team meeting spot.
Okay. So,
Sirs, and he nods to the will of Will. My lady, he gives Reyna a polite bow. Doesn't directly acknowledge the squire because he thinks he's still just a squire. But he just stands there looking like patient and attentive and kind of right out of a storybook in the stark black and white colors of House Swan. Remember that their field, it's a black field and a white field. The black field has a white swan on it. The white field has a black swan on it. It's all that kind of mirrored
And they kind of
livery. Yeah.
oh, cool.
You know, so it's a very stark, crisp, kind of clean-looking black and white affair, and he just kind of stands there looking like a dashing knight in a storybook out to defend some ladies against some ignoble charges.
Okay. Sir
Sister,
Braylon,
he has agreed to assist us in this manner.
Well, I stand and give him an advance. And, Sir Braylon, thank you. And it means a lot that you have chosen to take up arms with us. May I introduce our freshly minted Sir Oris the Aurochs?
Congratulations, lad. You certainly seem to fight like it. And he gives kind of a rueful roll of his shoulder. He was one of them that Oris took out. Or that, yeah, I make sure I didn't say it backwards. But yeah, so he gives a bow, gives Oris a clap on the shoulder, and he goes, my ancestor, Lord Gowan Swan, was at the tourney at Ashford Meadow and did not compete in the Trial of 7. I hope that I can erase that blot on our honor by assisting the right side in this one.
Excellent.
nice.
Thank you very much.
Your words are kind of honorable, sir.
I don't want you to feel like you must spend the rest of your evening in our company. If there are others you wish to be social with, I am afraid that I do have to go and speak to someone. So please, I beg your pardon.
Of course, then. I'll leave you with some privacy. Where shall we meet on the morrow?
Our pavilion tent.
I'll be there shortly after dawn.
Perfect.
He sketches another polite little bow, and gives Oris a nod as he turns to leave.
Excellent.
Just another kind of acknowledgement of the knighthood stuff, and takes.
All right. So now I need to find Sir Beric.
You were looking for who? I'm sorry.
Lord
Sir
Dundarian you're looking for. He's not
Lord Beric Dondarian. He is chatting with his squire, the young Lord Edric Dane.
Oh, he's so cute. I love Edric Dane. I don't know why, out of all these little squires.
I love that someone else gets a squee that's not me.
He's just so dear.
And they're talking with Red Ronnet Connington, kind of animatedly, no doubt, discussing the melee or some past battle or whatever.
Right.
It's another Stormlander knight. And Edric goes, doink! And he gives Lord Beric an elbow real quick, like, shh, here.
A lady.
And he's like, look, my lord. And their conversation peters off, and they give you a trio of courtly bows.
I return it with a courtly curtsy. I'm sorry to interrupt your conversation, sirs. I wonder if I might have a word with Lord Dondarian.
Of course, my lady. Perhaps a stroll in the gardens?
That would be lovely.
He turns to like hand his goblet to Edric, and like you are sure that he is doing like the Westerosi equivalent of like finger guns and a smug wink at Ron at Connington, like that. I got a number you didn't, right? Like that exact sort of thing. Like you know he's giving him that look. So he turns and he gives his goblet to his squire, and then he turns back to you and just
I take his arm.
and offers you his arm, and has this little bit of spring in his step as he walks you out past the row of waiting knights.
I just want to let you know how much I prefer pre-undead Beric Dondarian.
You should marry him before someone else does.
He's engaged.
Derek Bongdarian is a whole different dude for a knight. He's high all the time.
But
Just pretend he's different.
What happens
dude.
in King's
I
Landing?
do have a crush on him, but he's engaged.
Honestly,
to
I mean, like, what are
a
you even doing in
Dane.
what are you even doing in a Game of Thrones game? You won't bang Sir Garland. You won't bang Lord Dundarian. What the fuck?
Introduce him to Orton. I'm sure he'll be poisoned in a week.
Oh.
Well, I mean the fiance, not him. I
But okay, I will walk with my new friend.
All right, he's looking rather dashing in his half cloak, kind of little capelet thing that still has the Dondarian lightning bolt on an otherwise pure black field, and he, just is a perfect gentleman walking you out into the garden.
Well, my lord, I won't insult your intelligence. I have approached you to become part of our team in the trial tomorrow.
I would be honored, my lady. And he gives you a very polite nod. He's actually a fairly similar height and build to you. He's fairly slight, very good looking, red blonde, reddish blonde, very, meticulously clean shaven, so he still looks youthful, all that good stuff. And he goes, "Of course, my lady. All knights are sworn to defend women and the innocent, and I am certain in this case that you are both." And there's just the slightest little bit of a glance down from your eyes as he says,
Why, yes, I am. I mean, yes. So, he actually made her blush.
"I've got to make more than just Ash uncomfortable."
Right? Well, she does. She blushes. She titters. um, well, you're very charming, and I almost hate to send you out on the field of battle. But you are a warrior and a man of honor. And I am.
And you're so dreamy.
And I am. After that hammer strike from the king the other day, or yesterday, I am not. I am not able to take the field in my own name. I just cannot. And
I'm certain that none would hold it against you. In fact, if you needed to lean on me a bit more, I'm certain no one would hold that against you either. A strike from that particular hammer is no small
it might have twisted my ankle a bit. Oh.
All of it's like, oh, if you want to lean on me because like you're a bit sore, and they're like, oh, there's these other bits that are damaged too.
My boobs hurt a bunch.
My boobs are just aching.
Why don't you just carry me and then lay me down in a bed of lilies?
But yeah, so he lets you lean on him a bit more. He leans back a little bit. It's just standard courtly flirting stuff. No skin on skin contact, or anything unseemly. He goes, "It's terribly unfortunate how all this business is interrupting the princess's name day tourney. I do hope that His Grace didn't hit you with the hammer again over this interruption to the feast."
No. He was not pleased by any of it in any way, shape, or form.
"We could make out a bit of it down the hallway in the ballroom. He sounded rather cross about the matter."
Rather cross. It's an excellent way to describe our liege on pretty much any day.
"His Grace has a superb command voice, able to be heard quite well over the din of battle."
That he does, especially when you're 6 feet from his face. I'm not sure what. Did you hear everything?
"Mostly only His Grace's bits. The rest of you, your voices didn't travel nearly as well. But the short form that quickly reached us by way of gossiping squires and pages and the like was accusations of murder back, denials of murder, just a dreadfully tangled affair."
Okay. It is dreadfully tangled, and we're not just upset at being accused of perfidy, but we are feeling betrayed by those we had taken as friends.
"Indeed. I'm sure it's been quite upsetting to you, my lady. There. And he slips his arm from yours and drapes his capelet over your shoulders. And just one hand lingers over your shoulder for a moment, giving you a comforting pat on the back.
It was distressing. I may be distressed for days.
"I'm not altogether certain who'll be joining Nathan on the field tomorrow. But for what it's worth, my lady, I would not terribly mind fighting an Ironwood instead of a fellow Stormlander, if the option is there. I've heard all manner of tales about House Ironwood from young Edric. It may do me some good with the Stormlanders to fight a Dornishman, and it may do me some good with my betrothed families to fight an Ironwood in particular.
He's not wrong.
I am certain there will be at least one Ironwood on the opposing side.
That
if
big one, Archibald, has made a bit of a name for himself.
He has. And if you like, I would set yourself up against him. I understand we opened with a lance, a charger lance.
Indeed. In the Andal tradition, the whole matter begins as knights a horse.
Well, Rusty, don't we get to choose which kind of lance we use?
Oh, it would be a war lance.
Yeah, the default is knights with war lances.
Okay.
There is a precedent for tourney lances used instead. That's not necessarily a decision that needs to be made before tomorrow. You are in King's Landing at a tourney grounds. There are knights, lances aplenty are available. But yes, the assumption is certainly war lances because it's a lethal thing.
I'd rather hope that we can defeat Nathan and put all of this to rest without too much death. I feel it is a waste of good Westerosi blood to just spill it over some spurious claims brought by a minor house.
Indeed. Trials of honor, however, are no small affair, and better a trial by 7 than a war.
Absolutely. I am sure that we will be victorious tomorrow, especially with you as my champion.
I will glad to stand and fight in your stead, my lady. None may doubt the courage of House Nymaryen after the performances you've put on this week, and now, choosing me as your champion, none may doubt your wisdom either.
That's super sweet. To be honest, she would be content to flirt the rest of the night with him, honestly, because she's like 20.
He will probably not flirt with you the whole night because he needs to have some time to go prepare for a battle to the death tomorrow.
That's
probably
true.
write a letter to his fiancée, tell Edric to get his stuff ready, prance smugly around all the knights that haven't been chosen yet. He's a very busy fellow.
Very busy. Does he take back his cloak? Because I offer it.
Does as you lot step back into the keep and other people can see, but also after you're out of the cold night.
Thank you. And I will take my leave and return to my siblings. And have a seat. We have a full roster of 7 knights. Or 6 in Bela.
Very well.
Right. I think we're probably just about going to cut it there then. We will be seeing you all in 2 weeks' time as we watch the Lady Bela Nymaryen, Sir Lucaris Nymaryen, the Lord Will of Will, Sir Oris the Aurochs, Sir Lynn Corbray of Heartsholme, Sir Balin Swan, and Lord Beric Dondarrion, fighting against the Chosen 7 in the name of Nathan Lugas, who is defending House Lugas in general. Claims made by the Lady Iris Dennett, who likely has Ironwoods as champions in her stead, and 5 other knights that will be assembled between now and then. So, Ash is going to get to work on his official letter going home to grandfather. The rest of you kind of think about what you're going to be up to this particular night as you get ready, because we're going to open with kind of a cinematic slow motion montage thing of everybody preparing in their own way before this. And then we're probably going to have a bit of role play, but mostly we're going to jump right into this trial, which is an absolutely lethal affair. Statistically, in the 2 documented trials of 7 that we have, there have been 12 survivors out of the 28 contestants.
Oh!
Like statistically, in the 2 affairs that we've got documented with that sort of detail. So these are very, very bloody affairs. It is no small thing to step into one, and we'll see how things go in 2 weeks as the future of House Nymaryen is on the line. All right, go ahead. What do we got?
I'm gonna be that guy. Do we have any XP to spend before then?
Nope. You will be getting a whole bucket load after this.
But
you guys got some mid-tourney. You'll be getting some after. This is absolutely, and don't worry, nothing bad should happen after this, unless you guys totally fuck up and like, I'm stabbing Joffrey while everyone's watching the melee,
before we all die, take Joffrey out.
Yeah.
Option?
This will absolutely be the last big, violent, dangerous thing that you are facing in this whole first arc. So you will be getting a big-ass pile of XP afterwards, those of you that survive. Also, we will deal just off-screen at some point. Prizes will be delivered rather brusquely to everyone. So, like, at dawn, as people are awakening at the tourney grounds, like, you've got the prizes. We'll recap the prizes to, next session. But Oris, for instance, will have a new horse, as the winner of the Squire's Joust. And some of you will have that sort of prize coming. So if there's any last-minute shit that you really need to get done, to get gear upgraded or whatever, if you were waiting on that money, you will have it. We'll post about it out of character on Facebook. So if anybody wants to upgrade gear, you can cut to your new gear prior to this battle to the death. If anyone's looking to upgrade and was waiting on that money, you will have all of that prior to this. You have your winnings and your prizes to bolster yourselves going into this. So we'll worry about that in 2 weeks. Chat, viewers, beloved fans, we will see you all in 2 weeks' time. And let's all keep an eye on that Ire throne over my head, because those destiny points may very well decide the survival and future of House Nymaryen of Wyvern's Rest. We'll see you all back here in 2 weeks.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Good night.